We are Black. We are Wisconsin.
Welcome to Miller Park. Great day for tailgating on this Sunday afternoon. Big giveaway as well. Bob Uecker bobblehead day. We're going to have a sellout crowd. Game 4 as the Brewers try to get even in the series against the Washington Nationals. And a big day for Mark Rogers. He's getting the start vacated by the trade of Zach Greinke and his third ever start in the bigs for the team's 0-4 top pick. And he goes up against an all-star in Gio Gonzalez, who's having a spectacular season, looking for his 14th victory already here in 2012. Hi, everybody. I'm Craig Cashon alongside Davey Nelson, and 100 games in the books already on the Major League Baseball season. And, Davey, if we look at the first 100 games, the numbers show certainly not going the way the Brewers scripted when this season began all the way back on day one.
Well, you know, nothing's going the way the Brewers scripted it because they're not playing with the team that they started out with. And that's been it. Look at their first in home run. Well, we all knew they could hit the ball out the ballpark. But they've been playing with parts that, you know, and the pitching hasn't been as good. So, I mean, it's been a tough first 100 ball games.
All right, we'll see what they do here in game 101 this afternoon. On your mark, a solid start could be the beginning of a promising big league career for Mark Rogers today. Benny and Rock cover that story when we come back on Fox Sports Wisconsin.
Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is presented by Menards. Save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards. By Miller Lite, because when friends come together, it's not just a good time, it's Miller time. By Toyota, when you choose Toyota, you get a lot for less. Toyota. And by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible.
Well, the lot's jam-packed. They're still filing in. Bob Uecker bobblehead day today, expecting a sellout as Mark Rogers
returns to the mound. 26 years of age. He is on some kind of run in AAA. 3 very good starts. Doug Melvin called it wow starts for Mark Rogers, and here he is in the major leagues once again. Hi, everybody. Alongside Bill Schroeder, I'm Brian Anderson. Great to have you with us this afternoon. This is the final game of this 4-game series with the Nationals. Brewers need to win to split this series. And, Rock, it's Mark Rogers who is on some kind of comeback trail now. This guy has had a lot of injuries, 2 shoulder surgeries. He has had surgery on both of his wrists with the carpal tunnel surgery, a former first-rounder in 2004. It is a guy who has dealt with suspensions, injuries, and finally he gets another chance, a second chance in the major leagues.
Yeah, we saw him in 2010 make 2 pretty good starts for the Milwaukee Brewers, but he's having one of his best seasons down in the minor leagues. I mean, his earned run average a bit high, but that's really because of one blow-up start. But when he's healthy, he's got the stuff to be a pretty good starter in that rotation for the Brewers. And all of a sudden, he's starting to get pretty young. So Mark Rogers with an opportunity here today. Let's see how he does. We may see him quite a bit the rest of the way.
All right, Mark Rogers, he'll be starting in the spot vacated by Zach Greinke. And he'll be matching up against one of the game's best, Gio Gonzalez, a 13-game winner. He's the National League's best winner, and he is up for the Nationals here today. Final game of the series, Brewers-Nats, coming up next on Fox Sports Wisconsin.
It's exciting. I mean, it's been a long road back. I've been through quite a bit of stuff, so it's vindicating to be back here, and I'm just excited for the opportunity and look forward to making the most of it.
The words of Mark Rogers, and there he is, back in the big leagues for the first time since 2010. It was a brief stay in 2010. Rogers instead of Greinke against the Washington Nationals here this afternoon. Final game of this 4-game series against the first-place Washington Nationals. And Mark Rogers and his long road back once again. Well, back in there somewhere is Davey Johnson, National skipper and certainly a candidate for Manager of the Year in the National League. Just his second season. Took over for Jim Riggleman last year. And here is the batting order for the Nationals. Steve Lombardozzi leads off. Bryce Harper's back in after an illness sat him down yesterday. Ryan Zimmerman bats third. Adam LaRoche, Michael Morse, and Danny Espinosa in the middle of the batting order with Roger Bernardina, Jesus Flores, and Gio Gonzalez rounded out. Big league Indian batting order for the Nationals. That will face Mark Rogers. Rock, overall, the numbers in AAA so-so, but it's what he's done lately the reason why he's in the big leagues today.
In 4 starts in the month of July, Mark Rogers 3-1 with a 188 earned run average. He's allowed only 5 earned runs in 24 innings in that stretch and has kept the ball in the ballpark, allowing no home runs. He's won his last 3, so he's been throwing well, finally healthy for an entire season so far, and Brewers anxious to see what he's got out there on the mound today.
Well, Rogers says he has never felt better health-wise. Defensively, Ryan Braun, Carlos Gomez, Nori Aoki in the outfield. On infield of Cody Ransom, Cesar Izturis, Ricky Weeks, and Corey Hart. Jonathan Lucroy does the catching. And Rogers on the mound. The Menards Brewers defense. Noah Ramos Ramirez today. He's got a bit of a sore wrist, and he will take the day off. 81 degrees. You got partly cloudy skies up above. Beautiful day for baseball, and the cloud cover actually makes it very nice inside Miller Park on Bob Uecker bobblehead day. Had some fun with Ueck on the Brewers Live pregame show. Mike Easterbrook will call the balls and strikes. The crew chief of this 4-man crew is Tim Welke. And Easterbrook says go, and we go. Mark Rogers, his first pitch. Upstairs, ball 1, and away we go from Miller Park. Rogers last appeared in the major leagues in 2010. Had a very impressive run in the big leagues in 2010 that put him in a position to win a roster spot in 2011. But then the second round of injuries occurred. A lot of surgeries for Mark Rogers, the 2 on the same shoulder. And he's had surgery on both wrists to relieve carpal tunnel syndrome.
And when he's healthy, he's got good stuff. He's got good movement on a fastball that's in the mid-90s. Good breaking ball. He had 4 games, 2 starts back in 2010.
Well, you know he's got to be pumped up for this opportunity. Baseball's a great game in that regard as far as redemption goes. You get your chance, and Rogers for a second time getting a chance to come back as Lombardozzi rips one to right, and Lombardozzi greets him rudely with a home run. Just his second home run. The Nationals have found the home run stroke here lately, and they have one to start the game here today. 1-0 Washington.
Yeah, getting behind in the count, 3-1, and Lombardozzi, who's, as you mentioned, not known for his big power, knocks one out of here. That was a no-doubter up there in the second deck and right. 3-1 fastball, very straight, middle in, and Lombardozzi gets the bat head out on that pitch.
That is a pretty sweet stroke. The rookie Lombardozzi. It's what's so impressive about the Nationals. They open the day today with 60 wins. They're 60-40, tied for the best record in the National League. And they've got 2 rookies at the top of their order in Lombardozzi and Bryce Harper, who bounces out on the first pitch. And the first out for Mark Rogers in this one.
Going to have to be careful with first pitch fastballs against this Nationals ball club. Got to be careful with that all the time, but going to have to be able to throw that slider, breaking ball for strikes.
Well, Rogers had surgery in 2007, his first shoulder surgery. He started feeling the effects of it in 06 after being drafted in 04. The second surgery was in 08, so he missed all of 07 and 08. Missed a good chunk of the 06 season as well leading up to those surgeries. Just thought it was some tightness, but ended up being something that he had to go into the knife for. Was suspended. Missed the final 17 games of last season and the first 8 games of this season. A 25-game suspension for a banned stimulant. And then he had a third surgery on the wrist, the carpal tunnel surgery, last August. So that's been the wild ride for Mark Rogers as he's tried to return to health. And as we mentioned, he says he's feeling good now, and he's never felt healthier, but I'm not sure he's ever really had a healthy season as a professional.
Well, 2009, 2010 were relatively healthy for him, but when you look at his numbers this year, he's got that 4.72 earned run average in 18 starts, and it's a lot better than that because 2 of his starts were very rough. He gave up 16 runs in less than 9 innings of work in a combination of those 2 starts. So you take those away, and his season's been pretty good.
I just showed you a very good curveball. That's one of his signature pitches. along with a mid-90s fastball, Mark Rogers. Ryan Zimmerman with 15 homers. He hit one yesterday. The Nationals winning 2 of 3 so far in this one. They won the opener on Thursday night. The Brewers shut them out Friday night. Then the Nationals came back and won yesterday. As Zimmerman rolls one to short. As Torres makes the play. Out number 2. So last time we saw Mark Rogers on the Miller Park mound, 2010, as the season was ending. And I think the way he pitched was very encouraging to all those concerned, including the first-year skipper Ron Roenicke, who had designs on maybe Rogers being in his 5-man rotation to start the year, but it wasn't the case in spring training of 11.
He made 2 starts that year against the Marlins and against the Cincinnati Reds, the one you just saw. 5 innings, 2 hits, and 2 runs against a pretty good offensive club in the Reds.
Strike to Adam LaRoche. 95-mile-an-hour fastball in the first inning for Rogers. A little change up, misses.
Yeah, he's already got a fastball up to 98 in this inning.
Always looked at Mark Rogers with great mechanics. You were always wondering why the injuries occurred. Some people are just put together that way, but hopefully as he continues on and his health comes together, he can be the kind of pitcher the Brewers thought he would be. As LaRoche skies one into center field, Gomez is there, and Rogers survives at first. He does give up a leadoff homer, but he's back in the big leagues. See if the Brewers can score him some runs today. A run on a home run in the first inning, but an inning in the books for the young prospect. And now Ron Roenicke will send his Piggly Wiggly batting order out there against Gio Gonzalez, one of the game's best pitchers. Nori Aoki will lead off. He'll be followed by Carlos Gomez, then Ryan Braun. Middle of the order is Corey Hart, Ricky Weeks, and Jonathan Lucroy, with Cody Ransom filling in for Aramis Ramirez at third base. Cesar Torres and Mark Rogers rounding it out. Gio Gonzalez, what a pickup Gonzalez has been for the Nationals from the Oakland Athletics. A 13-game winner this year. He is tied for the league lead in that category.
He's got 18 decisions in his first 20 starts, and he's got 18 decisions in a row. So this guy's been eating up some innings for the Washington Nationals. He had 12 wins at the All-Star break, tied for the best in franchise history.
Nori Aoki leads off for Milwaukee. And he swings away at the first pitch. Check the defense behind Gio Gonzalez for the Nationals. Michael Morse, Roger Bernardina, Bryce Harper in the outfield. On infield of Zimmerman, Espinoza, Lombardozzi, and LaRoche. And Jesus Flores does the catching. As you can see, Gonzalez likes to work very quickly. He is a pace pitcher. Bryce Harper back in the starting lineup today. He was a late scratch yesterday with a stomach illness, and after a day off, he's back in there for the Nationals this afternoon. Gio Gonzalez, originally drafted by the White Sox. Nationals picked him up from the Oakland Athletics this offseason, one of the big offseason moves, and really two key pickups for the Nationals: acquiring Gio Gonzalez and then signing Edwin Jackson. And then you have the return of Steven Strasburg from the Tommy John surgery, and you're looking at three of the top pitchers available. One of them was already in their organization. And then the emergence of Jordan Zimmermann, who pitched last night, and you start to get the picture why the Nationals have been so good this year. Low throw dug out by LaRoche at first base. Aoki is out on a 6-3 putout. Rock Gio Gonzalez, opponent batting average, a big story for him this year. That's one of your favorite stats.
Yeah, he does a nice job keeping the ball down. He attacks the strike zone. As you mentioned, he likes to work very quickly, which helps his defense, and something that's not on that list. The Nationals, when Gonzalez makes a start, are averaging almost 6 runs a game, so they give him some pretty good support.
Probably a little extra confidence the way Gonzalez has pitched this season. Carlos Gomez fouls it away. You know, you think about the Oakland A's and some of the pitching that they gave up, but I think this offseason, I don't know about you, Rock, but when I saw the trades the A's were making, and you figured, well, maybe they're just trying to build for 2 seasons from now. But Oakland has been very good despite trading away Gio Gonzalez. The A's have put themselves in the picture as well. They've won 9 of their last 10. They're 10 games over 500.
Yeah, they passed the Angels. They're 3.5 games behind the Texas Rangers.
It is the A's who are in the bonus spot in the wild card right now, the Oakland Athletics. Yep. So sometimes, and I think the story bears true for the Brewers, you trade Zach Greinke, but sometimes it opens doors. You find out about players as Gomez goes down the line on his way to second base with a 1-out double, and he continues his hot hitting. Carlos Gomez
picked on a breaking ball and is able to keep it fair. Gomez has been red hot. Here's that breaking ball that Gonzalez likes. It's a big sweeping breaking ball, and Gomez is able to get the bat head out and just inside the third base bag for a 1-out double. Gomez is getting an awful lot of playing time because he has been swinging the bat so well, not just against left-handers.
That is the 3rd hit for Gomez in this series. He is 3 for 9 now. So he's aboard his 10th double in scoring position for Ryan Braun. Braun had a hit yesterday, 1 for 4, as he rolls one over to LaRoche at first base, and there is out number 2. You see the attack by the Brewers. Obviously the game plan is to swing early, attack the pitcher Gonzalez if you get a pitch you can handle, because he does throw a lot of strikes.
A lot of strikes with all of his pitches, even his curveball. He'll throw 2 different curveballs. He'll throw a just get me over curveball early in the count. Then he's got the big sweeper that he tries to back foot to a right-hander. He's got a change up that'll throw from time to time, but he goes right at you.
It's a double-edged sword with Gonzalez, because if you be aggressive, you can get your hits, but if he's making his pitches, he can also get through a lineup relatively easily and get a lot of first pitch outs. Keeps his pitch count very low. Corey Hart with 2 away. Gomez at third, and Hart is drilled and looked like a cutter that got away from Gio Gonzalez. That one just kept riding in on Corey Hart.
Trying to come up and in, and didn't even come close, right above the knee. 2-1 tell you, Nationals pitchers have no problem coming inside. Got good command in there. Keep Giannis away.
Hard lucky that one wasn't a little bit lower.
Sounded like that got all bone.
So now first and third with Ricky Weeks at the plate. Nationals scored a run in the first on a Lombardozzi homer. Brewers trying to answer. A strike on a changeup from Gonzalez. Weeks has 9 hits in his last 14 at bats. 9 hits in the last 4 games, including a 4-hit game in Philadelphia on Wednesday. 5 for 10 in this series. He homered in Philadelphia Wednesday. Got a chance to drive in some runs here.
And he's been using the middle of the field out into the right center, and very effectively. He got a double to right center last night. And not trying to pull the ball as much as he was early in the season.
Fastball missed, not by much. Good take by Weeks. It's 2-1 now. 26-year-old Gio Gonzalez. From South Florida. There goes Hart, and Weeks a swing and a miss. Flores content to let him go. Stolen base for Corey Hart.
He doesn't have a very good move over to first base for a left-hander. He doesn't really worry too much about that stolen base. Gets the out in his mind. It really doesn't matter. And no chance for Flores anyway.
Stolen base number 4 for Hart, and a base hit could bring in 2 runs. Best arm in the Nationals outfield is in right field with Bryce Harper. Three balls, 2 strikes on Weeks. And Michael Morse in left field. Decent arm. Bernardino is very fast. He closes well. But the worst arm of the 3. And then that man has a bazooka for an arm in right. Full count. Second and third. First inning, the Brewers threaten against Gonzalez. And misses. Look like a breaking ball a little bit low. Ricky Weeks draws the walk. Good at bat by Weeks. And now the bases are loaded for Jonathan Lucroy.
And because Ricky's been swinging a bat so well, Gonzalez very careful with him on that 3-1 pitch, run with a big curveball.
Prior to the injury, Jonathan Lucroy was the best in the business in spots like this. Had a broken hand at the end of May in Los Angeles. An off the field incident. And it set him back 2 months. He was on the disabled list for just shy of 2 months. He returned to the lineup and the active roster on Thursday. Lucroy has 1 hit since his comeback. He's 1 for 7.
Yeah, but he's been hitting the ball pretty well. He hit a bullet yesterday right at the third baseman. And a couple of long fly ball outs a couple of nights ago. And has been very good all year in these situations, hitting over 500.
Great numbers with the bases loaded. Two balls, no strikes.
And 2 outs and runners in scoring position, hitting at a .542 clip with 20 RBIs.
That's something.
That's something, isn't it?
20 of his 30 RBIs have come with 2 outs. And those are the numbers. He has 2 in scoring position here. Bases loaded, 2 away. Hitters count for Lucroy. That one's in there. Fastball strike from Gonzalez, who has plenty of velocity as well.
Lucroy thought that was a bit high.
Yesterday, Zimmerman robbed Lucroy of a base hit and would have driven in a run. A diving catch by the Nationals third baseman. Three balls and a strike. Well, it's go time now for Jonathan Lucroy. We'll see how courageous Gonzalez will be. He has great command of all of his pitches, including a terrific changeup. Does he dare go to it off speed with the bases loaded in the first inning? Draws the walk. A run is in. The game is tied. An RBI the easy way for Jonathan Lucroy.
Yeah, hit batter, walk, and the Brewers on the board. That was a 5-pitch at bat for Jonathan Lucroy. He got the count in his favor, 2-0. Now on a 2-0 pitch, looked like it might have been a bit high. Lucroy thought it might have been high. Looked pretty good. Missed inside, not by much, and then went away with the fastball and missed by quite a bit. Having a tough time with his command, something that he doesn't experience all that often.
Quick trip to the mound for Steve McCatty, the Nationals pitching coach. Trying to hit the reset button here with his starter Gonzalez. So 2 men are out. Here is Cody Ransom now with the bases loaded. Ransom, one of the few Brewers that has faced Gio Gonzalez, but only twice. Ransom is 0 for 2 against him. And a bouncer off the glove of Gonzalez, trying to recover. No throw. Infield hit. A run will score. And the Brewers take a 2-1 lead.
And ordinarily a pretty good fielding pitcher too, so things not going very well for Gonzalez. It's certainly one that he would tell you he should have had. Wasn't hit very hard, off his glove. And Cody Ransom able to get a base hit and an RBI. Kind of reached for it, thought he had a play on it. He knocked it down, but just couldn't recover and get the out.
The glove failed him.
Yeah.
Still bases loaded. Here is Izturis now, the 8th batter in the inning for the Brewers. And the switch hitter Cesar Izturis. Izturis has faced Gio Gonzalez before, 2 for 5 against him lifetime from their days in the American League. Izturis is an Oriole, Gonzalez is an Oakland A. Little bouncer over to LaRoche. He'll take it himself, and the side is retired. But the Brewers score twice, and they take the lead 2-1 as we head to the second inning. Well, the Nationals get a home run from Steve Lombardozzi. In the top of the first, the Brewers answer with 2 in the home half. 2-1 as we head to the second inning. Mark Rogers back on the mound. We had a chance to hear from his pitching coach, Rick Kranitz, about his return to the big leagues.
He's a determined young man. I mean, he's gone through a lot. And when you go through as much as he's gone through, the adversity with the shoulder problems and just the setbacks with the wrist last year, and, you know, he's had some unbelievable setbacks. So, you know, hopefully to him, this should be the easy part.
And so far, it's been pretty easy for him. I mean, his numbers down in the minor leagues have been very good. A little bit of wildness early on. Looked like he was amped up pretty good, leaving some pitches up in the zone. Let's see how he settles down here in the second inning. This is a great opportunity for some young arms in this Brewers organization to show what they can do.
Yeah, if you're a pitcher in the Brewers minor league system right now, you got to be licking your chops at the opportunities that are ahead of you. Tyler Thornburg, Mark Rogers, Mike Fiers has seized the opportunity maybe better than anyone could have ever imagined. Fiers has the best ERA among National League rookies. He's on a great stretch of 7 starts, giving up just 4 earned runs over his last 7 starts. A bouncer, a hot one right to Ricky Weeks as Morris rolls out. Boy, that one had some heat on it. As Weeks played the Matador off to the side. I don't blame him.
Olay. I wouldn't get in front of that either. He smoked this pitch. He likes the ball away from him. He stands off the plate. And he got one, a 1-hop rocket over to Ricky. He's able to handle it. I was going to say, you mentioned bouncer. As a skipper, off the Weeks.
So 1 gone, and Espinoza at the plate. And a foul ball. The ball hit Espinoza. The umpire, Mike Estabrook, out there quickly to say he was still in the box. Otherwise, he would have been out.
Played umpire bouncing out there in fair territory. You like to see that.
He scared me a minute. I thought, I didn't know exactly what happened.
As long as any part of that body of yours, any foot is in that batter's box, the ball hits you, it's a foul ball, and that's a good call.
I love an umpire that loves his job and bounces around like that. Good energy back there. Way to go, Mike.
Best umpire for that back in my day, Steve Palermo.
Is that right?
The best. Hands clapping, urging guys in and out. Let's go, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, you hear that from an umpire, you know he's enjoying what he's doing.
Yep. No balls, 2 strikes. Danny Espinoza. Speaking of the umpires, I do want to make a quick mention here. Dan Bellino, a Major League umpire, his brother passed away in Chicago, a tragic accident, and Bruce Fleming alerted us to that, and we want to send our best out to Dan Bellino, a member of the baseball family, and just a tragic accident there, and we send our prayers to Dan and his family. Back in Chicago now, and he'll be taking some time off, and our thoughts are with you.
That's Dan Bellino in his 3rd year as a Major League umpire. Not easy on the road. It really isn't. Especially for the umpires. They don't have a home ballpark.
Espinoza rifles one into right center. Gomez closing and will make the catch. 2 outs. Brewers made some moves today. A roster move. There was a trade that went down as well. Milwaukee placing Sean Markham on the 60-day disabled list. That makes him eligible to return in mid-August. He's already 6 weeks into that injury. But the move to put him on the 60-day allows some space on the roster for Faustino De Los Santos. And that was the player the Brewers acquired for George Kottaras, which was finally made official today. Kottaras will go to the A's, and he'll back up there in Oakland. And De Los Santos will go to AAA. Brewers acquiring arms. As Bernardina bounces out, Rogers a 1-2-3 second inning.
We're back at Miller Park. The Brewers leading the Nationals 2-1 here in the bottom of the second inning. And this series features two of the top home run hitting clubs in the National League. The Brewers lead the circuit with 116 long balls. They've gone deep a lot this season. The Nationals with the Lombardozzi home run today. They're now tied for fourth at 111. The Brewers hit 2 home runs in their win on Friday. The Nationals went deep 3 times in a 4-1 victory last night. 8 home runs in the series so far. The ball is flying out of here. Power, a big part of this series, guys.
And the Brewers would like to show off a little bit of that power here today against Gio Gonzalez. It has been the Nationals that dealt the home run shots yesterday. 3 homers in the game yesterday for Washington, and all 4 of their runs plated on the home run ball. And a 4-1 victory as Mark Rogers getting his first at-bat of the season in the big leagues.
And Gio Gonzalez has only given up 6 home runs all year. That's in 20 starts. He does a nice job of keeping the ball in the ballpark.
Two pitchers that like to work quickly, Rogers and Gonzalez. Rogers obliges by stepping in the box right away as he strikes out. 1 gone here in the second inning. That is the first strikeout for Gio Gonzalez. Well, every Sunday on Fox Sports Wisconsin, you can join Tom Brokaw for Boys in the Hall, the personal stories of some of baseball's greatest legends. After the game today, it's Warren Spahn. Boys in the Hall coming up after the game, presented by Subway Restaurants, where winners eat.
Yeah, winning its all-time left-hander.
The great Brave.
And he could hit.
Had some great years here in Milwaukee.
Now you look at the numbers for Gio Gonzalez and his starts this year. The log that they put out in the game notes. He's given up 6 home runs, and he gave up 2 home runs in 2 different starts, including 2 starts ago against the Mets, which was his worst start of the year. 3 1/3 innings, 6 runs, and 2 homers. He's lost 2 of his last 3, but it's been an incredible run for Gonzalez in that he's got 18 consecutive decisions. 20 starts, 18 decisions, and he had no decisions in his first 2. That's hard to do.
13 wins, tops the National League. Facing Nori Aoki for the second time. Gonzalez only 212 wins shy of Warren Spahn.
That's it?
That's it. Speaking of winning left-handers, right?
Yeah.
The Nationals with the best team earned run average in the National League. As Aoki lines one to left. Morse almost overran it. Reaches up at the last moment to pull it down for out number 2. Well, the best pitching staff in the National League, a 3.20 combined earned run average. And you see their first in opponent batting average. And they play very good defense. The Nationals have committed the 4th fewest errors. The Brewers are right behind them, the 5th fewest errors. That's been a bright spot for the Brewers really since Corey Hart took over at first base.
He's helped a lot. You know, 3rd in strikeouts. You know who's first in the league in strikeouts as a pitching staff? Milwaukee Brewers.
Gomez pops this one up. And after a long first inning, Gonzalez a very quick second inning. Baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is presented by Piggly Wiggly, the official supermarket of Fox Sports Wisconsin. By Ho-Chunk Gaming Wisconsin, your ticket to more. And by Marshfield Clinic. Don't just live, shine.
Hey, for Monday home games, fans can purchase Terrace Reserve seats for just $8, courtesy of Miller High Life. Visit Brewers.com/High Life. Offer excludes marquee games.
Big crowd on hand today, a sellout at Miller Park. Boy, this place looks great. Great fans here in Milwaukee, all full, ready to see some baseball today.
Yeah, sellout last night, too.
Mark Rogers back on the mound. He starts his third inning of work. Gave up a leadoff homer to Steve Lombardozzi in the first inning, but has retired 6 in a row since. 4 ground outs, 2 outs in the air. And has had his fastball as high as 98. Zips that one in at 95.
Yeah, talking to Rick Kranitz about any restrictions on Rogers here today. He said none. Last outing for Rogers was back on the 22nd to 104 pitches. So he has been working his way up. And he's won 3 in a row and he's given up only 2 earned runs in that stretch.
And overall, Rogers' AAA earned run average at .472. He had 1 major blow-up outing this year. Gave up 10 earned runs as he strikes out Flores, who's taken a double take at Rogers. But the last 3 starts for Rogers, and his last start went 5 innings. He just gave up just 1 earned run. But the 7-inning performance against Round Rock at home, and then the 7-inning performance at Memphis of shutout baseball. I think those are what Doug Melvin was referencing just the other day when he said those were wow performances from Mark Rogers, who wasn't really on the radar to make a start in the big leagues. I think the Brewers ideally would have had Tyler Thornburg make this start today once Zach Greinke was traded. Thornburg's dealing with some fatigue in his pitching arm. And then maybe the next level. Oh, Rogers takes a hit away from Gio Gonzalez. Pulls that line drive back. Looked like a hockey goalie right there, Mark Rogers.
Yeah, look what I found. You had a TV in your back pocket. Check this out. Well, you put yourself in position to field and you throw the glove up there in self-defense, and look what I found.
Rogers has a great hockey background. He was thought of as one of the top hockey prospects and had an NHL future. But he was a scorer. He wasn't a goalie.
Right. He growing up in Maine.
That was a glove save and a dandy.
I would imagine he and Nigel Morgan have something to talk about.
Yeah, get them on the ice. Top of the order, Lombardozzi right off the end of the bat. And Rogers, safe is the call. He threw a little changeup over to first base, and the speedy Lombardozzi beats it out.
Yeah, well, big home run. How about that hit? Hit that one about 15, 20 feet. And Rogers went down and got it. Had, as you mentioned, literally a changeup grip and just couldn't get much on the throw.
Next batter, number 34, the right fielder, Bryce Harper.
So that'll give Bryce Harper an at-bat in this third inning.
So I guess they even out. Not so much for Gio Gonzalez, but for the team.
The team even out.
Took away a base hit, and then they got a cheapie.
Harper's second at bat. He swung at the first pitch his last time up, bounced out to third base. Now back to the Rogers start today. The Brewers obviously passing on Tyler Thornburg because he has the elbow fatigue, and then Willie Peralta was probably the next guy in line. He's been pitching very well at AAA, but his spot in the rotation wasn't up yet. I mean, he had just thrown 3 days prior. So Mark Rogers, the benefit of some good timing in the fact that he was pitching so well. It was his day to pitch. They pulled him from a start on Friday to prepare for this start here today in Milwaukee. And he's hoping to take advantage of it. And now that Sean Markham's on the 60-day disabled list, it's going to be at least another 2 or 3 weeks for Markham. There's another spot that will stay open for a while after Markham had another setback in a side session the other day.
As disappointing as things have gone for Milwaukee, 10 games under 500. When you get these young kids up here on the mound to see what they got, it can be exciting around here at the ballpark. A glimpse of the future for this organization on the mound.
Two and two on the foul tip.
A couple of breaking balls to Bryce Harper after getting ahead in the count 2-0. Harper unable to center on any of those breaking pitches.
Two balls, two strikes, two away for Rogers facing 19-year-old Bryce Harper.
He's got that open stance. He holds that bat out there, and he's got that bat really dangling right on the inside corner, which tells you he likes the ball in on you. And the back line right on the inside corner, and you have to determine where he is in the batter's box. You always look at the back foot because that front foot's going to move toward home plate.
Lucroy setting up inside. 2-2 and a swing and a miss. Harper strikes out. Rogers has good stuff going today. Mark Rogers, a couple of strikeouts. 2-1 Brewers, and the MVP will lead off when we come back.
Still think I should have gone in as a player.
No, Mark Rogers, 3 innings in the books. 2-1 the Brewers have the lead as Ryan Braun will step in. Our Carssoon.com email to booth question today, Rock. Todd in Watertown asks, who are your favorites right now for the NL Cy Young Award?
That's going to be a tough one. It really is. A lot of possibilities. You look at what R.A. Dickey has done. That would be quite the story. R.A. Dickey, Matt Cain's having a terrific season. Everybody up on that list. We saw Johnny Cueto back in Cincinnati. One of the more hotly contested Cy Young races in the National League for quite some time.
If you're going to give a Cy Young Award out after 100 games, I'd go for Johnny Cueto at this moment.
I agree.
Because not just because of the numbers, and they are very good. 13 wins, a 2.39 ERA, but the fact that he pitches half of his games in that ballpark, the hitter-friendly ballpark that it is in Cincinnati. The Nationals Park is a pitcher-friendly park, and that's, you don't want to take anything away from what Strasburg and Gonzalez, Jordan Zimmerman have done But there's a different kind of stress level pitching in Cincinnati.
Well, as opposed to New York, Citi Field's a pretty good pitcher's park. So is, San Francisco, where Matt Cain pitches. AT&T Park, that's tough to hit homers.
Ryan Braun draws a 4-pitch walk. I think with some more wins, maybe a little more run support, you could put Jordan Zimmerman in this group as well. Those have been the 3 best Nationals pitchers. Lance Lynn's a 13-game winner.
Kyle Lowe's having a terrific year.
Kind of sneaky, isn't he?
Yeah.
10-2 with a 2.71 ERA. He's had a great comeback from a nerve problem that required surgery. So that's our list. If you have some and you have some ideas, you can drop us a note on Twitter at FS Wisconsin.
No relievers on that list?
Not at this point.
No closers?
I'm never against a closer winning a Cy Young award.
Me either.
Aroldis Chapman didn't take over that closer's role until mid-May. But he'd be a guy that you could consider. Joel Hanrahan of the Pirates.
And Kimbrel with 30 saves. I guess you give it to a reliever if there's really no clear-cut winner as a starting pitcher. That would be typically an award for a starting pitcher, in my mind anyway. Ordinarily.
Well, we're 100 games in, 62 to go in the regular season. Nationals are 60-40. They have a 4-game lead over the Braves. In the East, the Brewers are 45-55, 10 games under. 15 back of the front-running Reds. Cincinnati continues to win. They won their 9th in a row last night, and they are 60-40 as well. The Reds and the Nationals tied for the best record in the National League and baseball. Yankees have a 60-40 record. They lead the way in the American League. Corey Hart rips one to left field, a base hit. And on his way to third goes Braun. The throw is wide. Now Hart in a rundown, and Braun on his way to the plate. And he will score. The Brewers steal a run from the Nats.
Yeah, that's good base running by Ryan Braun. Outstanding. Not a very good job on the rundown for the Nationals. Good heads-up base running, getting to third, number 1, and then number 2 realizing that there's no way, once infielder turned his back on Braun and made a throw to second, there's no way you're going to be able to get him at home. They didn't even make a throw. Well, the mistake that was made by the Nationals infield was that they didn't get the ball to second base quick enough.
As Ricky Weeks takes a strike. Now Hart was told to go, and it would have been a bang play. Instead of taking the chance of being thrown out at second base, he stopped, got himself in a rundown, and with Braun's speed, he can do a lot of things in that rundown. Braun was able to score. So Hart with a base hit, no RBI. Braun scores the run, and it's 3-1 Milwaukee on their third hit. One gone for Ricky Weeks.
Now Corey Hart getting a big turn, and he takes off thinking that there might be a play at third base. The mistake is made by right there, the throw, as the fielder was running away from home plate and then gets rid of the baseball. Ryan Braun able to walk into home plate.
Bouncer over to third. Zimmerman, a fair ball throw to first in time. My goodness.
Yeah, he made a play like that last night that was very impressive. And one of those sidearm flips, he gets rid of it very quickly, and that's tough to put that on the money like he's been able to do. Right down the line, he knows Ricky's running well. Look at that flip right on the money to Adam LaRoche. And they get Ricky by a full step.
That's some kind of play. That is Gold Glove form from Ryan Zimmerman, who won a Gold Glove back in '09. He's been nursing a shoulder injury. The quick release as he gets rid of that baseball. Well, this was something from Ryan Zimmerman. Weeks runs well out of the box as well.
There's a good angle right here. I mean, he got rid of that ball very quickly because of Ricky's speed, and not easy to put that on the money. That's the second time in 2 days that he's done that.
Now Zimmerman had a great game defensively yesterday. Had a diving catch as he robbed Lucroy of a base hit.
See the way he throws that baseball. Actually throwing that baseball probably right on the skin of the grass. The edge of the grass, and then it kind of tails as his momentum's taking him toward home plate.
You got to play the fade, right? Play the slice.
Yeah. When you're running in like that and you make that throw, if you throw it right at the first base, it's going to end up in the Brewers dugout. Just because of your momentum, you have to play the slice, as you mentioned. That's easier for some of us than others.
Most of us just head into the trees. Start searching. Well, I got a piece of Flores. Well, the Nationals certainly don't need any more injuries in their catching core. Lee Kuntz, the athletic trainer, on his way out. Not sure exactly where that got Flores, but it dropped him in a hurry.
I'll take a wild stab at it as to where it got him. Right on the point of the shoulder. There's not a lot of padding over there, and it feels like somebody shoots you with a gun right on that collarbone.
Oh. A direct hit.
The chest protector on the throwing arm doesn't have as much protection, because if there was, it would kind of tie you up. There'd be a little bit too much restricting your mobility. So that's the price you pay for being able to have that mobility in that chest protector.
I think Davey Johnson wants to see Flores throw before he decides whether to take him out or not. The Nationals have a lot of depth, but not so much behind the plate. Wilson Ramos is on the disabled list. He's out for the year. And Flores has been catching most of the games, but they're in the market for a catcher right now. Sandy Leon, just up from the minor leagues. He's the backup catcher. Started the game here on Friday night. So Flores will try to stick it out. 2-2 is the count on Lucroy with 2 away. Lucroy rips one into the Nationals dugout.
Luke's trying to take him out one by one.
Now the Nationals top catcher Wilson Ramos, the guy they got from the Minnesota Twins a couple of years ago in the Matt Capps deal, out with an ACL injury. Out for the season. As Lucroy rips one to left field, a base hit. There's that bat the Brewers have been desperately missing while he was out.
Yeah, waited back nicely on the breaking ball and hammered it into left field. Watch how well he waits. Watch the hand stay back on the curved ball and gets that bat through the hitting zone. Stays in the hitting zone a long time. Nice level swing for Lucroy. Nothing wrong with that swing.
Well, Lucroy certainly doesn't have the hardware as a guy like Joe Mauer, but the question, I think, is a fair question right now for the Brewers because of the hitter that he is. Lucroy, many feel, including his hitting coach, feel he could challenge for a batting title. You know, how much catching do you want him to do? Are there other options for Lucroy? Do they do what the Twins did with Mauer and just try to keep his bat in the lineup? You can't catch 162 games. You feel like he's the kind of player, Rock, that you know, a position move, at least an alternative position to keep his bat in there?
Well, he's athletic enough. I mean, he wouldn't be the first catcher to be moved from behind home plate just to keep his bat fresh and, you know, eliminate all the nicks and dings. But you know, Lucroy's worked hard to make himself a pretty good defensive catcher. The improvement that he's made from when the Brewers saw him his first year a couple of years ago has been extraordinary. Every aspect, his throwing, his blocking, receiving the baseball, and he's learned how to call a game.
You think about some of the all-time great catchers, the great hitting catchers, guys like Johnny Bench and Yogi Berra. They were able to keep their bats in the lineup because they end up playing different positions as well as catching. As Ransom strikes out, inning over. Brewers lead at 3-1. Three to 1, the Brewers have the lead. Mark Rogers back on the mound. A reminder that Saturday, August 4th, the UFC returns to Fox. You got 4 fights. Shogun Rua takes on Brandon Vera. That's the headliner. Great bout between former UFC champ Lyoto Machida and rising star Ryan Bader. UFC Fight Night on Fox, live from LA, Saturday, August 4th, 7 p.m. Central. A packed house here at Miller Park today on a beautiful Sunday for baseball. The Brewers trying to earn a split in this 4-game series with the first place Nationals. And Mark Rogers, with his terrific comeback story, making it back to the big leagues after multiple surgeries. And he's pitched well so far. He gave up a leadoff home run to Steve Lombardozzi, the first batter he faced. He's only given up 1 infield hit since, and that was to Lombardozzi. There's a couple of strikeouts. Ryan Zimmerman leads off. And a pop-up, shallow right. Aoki will run it down for the first out. Zimmerman retired.
All right, check out our key to the game, brought to you by GMC. It didn't take long. Steve Lombardozzi with his second home run of the year, a leadoff home run, and then trouble started for Gonzalez in the first inning. Gomez doubled, hit batter by Corey Hart, couple of walks, and an infield hit by Cody Ransom, and a crazy play, good base running by Ryan Braun in the third inning. Nationals not able to execute the rundown very well, and Ryan Braun able to score. Brewers up 3-1.
Adam LaRose takes strike 1 from Rogers. LaRose with 19 home runs. He's having a huge year for the Nationals. Leads all National League first baseman in home runs. now that Fielder and Pujols are out of the mix at first base. Joey Votto is the premier player at that position, but LaRoche is out-homered Joey Votto, believe it or not, and playing in a pitcher-friendly ballpark. So the opposite applies to the Nationals hitters when you look at their numbers. That big ballpark in D.C., but LaRoche is having one of his best seasons as he rips out into the opposite field, a base hit.
And he can do that to you as well. We saw him do that a couple of times in this series. On Friday night, got a big base hit to left field. A power hitter that can go to the opposite field. Not quite like a Ryan Braun, but a pretty good approach and a fastball away, up a little bit, and LaRoche able to hit it hard into left field. You see the way he lets that baseball travel, keeps the bat level through the strike zone, and able to get a base hit.
Just the third hit for Washington. Now Michael Morse with one out and a runner at first.
You see the way he's able to let that ball travel. That shot on the right hits that one right off his front foot. And see the way that bat is, the angle of that bat going top down, down and through. That's how you hit the line drive.
Good block from Lucroy. 2 balls, no strikes on Morse. Morse grounded out his last time up. He hit a bullet to second base. Ricky Weeks made a nice pickup. Rogers could use a ground ball here. 3-1 Milwaukee. They scored twice in the first, the Brewers, and added one in the third. There's a strike. Fastball from Rogers. You can tell Morse doesn't like the ball inside, and now home plate umpire Mike Easterbrook is returning the barking to the Nationals dugout. They were all over him after that strike call.
Instead of just ignoring the dugout. Anytime you see a guy standing off home plate, you know he likes the ball out away from him. Get his arms extended.
And Rogers trying to get back in there. He hits Morse. So 2 men are aboard now. And that can't feel good right there. Smoked him with a fastball.
Yep, looked like it got him right on the arm, maybe right around the elbow.
Next batter is the shortstop, number 8, Anis Espinosa.
Yeah, right there on the forearm. So Morse is aboard. And a mistake by Rogers. Now 2 on, 1 out. Danny Espinosa. Taking over at the shortstop position for the injured Ian Desmond, the all-star shortstop for the Nationals. Starts him with a hook. Espinosa led off yesterday, was 1 for 5. Hitting 6th in Davey Johnson's batting order today with a right-hander on the mound. Switch hitting shortstop. Espinosa as a right-handed hitter hitting .306. Much better than a left-handed hitter hitting just .226 from the left side. Most of his at-bats coming as a left-handed hitter. Those are the splits.
Tough guy to double up. He's got pretty good speed. Rogers got that good tailing fastball away.
A fastball by him. 1-2 the count.
Got a good one today. Got some good life on his fastball. effectively wild so far today. He hit a guy and kind of loosen him up in the batter's box a little bit.
Get him thinking. Espinoza, a guy who stands right on top of the plate. 1-2. 2 on for the Nats. And a swing and a miss. Mark Rogers strikes out Espinoza. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Actually had a little movement on it as well.
It was up. He stands on top of the plate because he likes the ball in. That one right on the outside corner. And he comes up empty. And we talked about that yesterday, Davey and I, on the instructional. You can pretty much tell where a guy likes the baseball based on where he sets up in the batter's box. Guy's on top of home plate, likes the ball in. Sets up away from the home plate. He likes to extend his arms.
And as a catcher, you sense that as you go through the scouting report. I mean, is there discussion before the game, or is that something that you feel out in the game?
Well, guys aren't going to move around the batter's box like they used to, so you kind of know who's who. And of course, in this situation with the Brewers, haven't seen the Nationals in well over a year before this series. Kind of get a sense behind home plate. Hey, this guy's right on top of the plate. Let's pound him away. Although it doesn't look like it would be an effective pitch. He's on top of the plate. You would think a fastball on the outside corner is going to be essentially right down the middle to most guys, but it's not the way it is. That's not where he wants it.
Well, we were talking to Charlie Manuel, the Phillies manager, great hitting guru that he is. He encourages his hitters, for the most part, to stand on top of the plate, especially left-handed hitters. But you get guys like Ryan Braun and Aramis Ramirez, Michael Morse of the Nationals. They stand off the plate, wanting to extend those arms. How about in your day, some of the guys that would stand off the plate?
Well, the one guy that comes to mind, Dave Winfield. I mean, he almost had his back foot in the back corner of the right-handed batter's box, and he was diving toward the outside corner and did not like the ball in. Although it looked like if you put one on the inside corner, he was going to smoke it somewhere, because it looked like it would be right down the middle to most guys. There's another guy right on top of the plate.
Yeah, most of the lefties for the Nationals do that. Pretty good hook. Didn't get the call. 3 balls and a strike on Roger Bernardina.
Tried to backdoor that breaking pitch and just misses the outside corner.
Two on, 2 out. Big pitch coming here for Rogers in the 4th. Bernardina slices one foul. It's always nice to be able to go back to a mid to upper 90s fastball when you need it. Rogers has maintained a very good fastball today when he's needed it. Been able to throw that 95, 96 mile an hour fastball when he's ahead in the count or when he's behind in the count.
Yeah. He threw a 3-1 fastball to Lombardozzi in the first inning, but he wasn't oiled up quite yet. He was around 93 at that point. You had that extra 2-3 miles an hour, makes a big difference.
Lombardozzi homer. That was the first batter Rogers faced. The only run he's given up. 2 outs. Runners go. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Mark Rogers. Back-to-back strikeouts with 2 aboard. 4 punch outs. And there is a bit of that
So far, so good for Mark Rogers. His first start of the season. The Brewers leading 3-1, bottom 4. Time for crew in the community. Tonight, the Brewer Wives will host the second annual Grand Slam Golden Mixer event at Stone Fire Pizza Company in New Berlin. It supports the Foundation for Children with Cancer. The event gives fans the opportunity to interact with Brewers players, coaches, and their families. The foundation gives direct financial support to those families who are then given a greater chance to focus on their child's treatment and recovery. Tickets still available at the door tonight. It all starts at 5 o'clock. A great event for a great cause, guys.
It is, and we want to encourage all of you to go extra special on the Brewers TV booth VIP package as Flores wears another foul ball. Tough day at the office for the Nationals backstop here today.
Yeah, nobody said it was going to be easy back there behind home plate. And that one right on the chin. That's the price you pay for that hockey style mask. Good visibility, good protection around your entire head, but you don't get as much padding with those masks as you do with the conventional mask.
There's Tyler Moore over at first base, Rock. Adam LaRoche has been taken out of this game. As Torres pops this one foul territory, Moore will get the chance, and he's got it for the out. As Torres retired. AT&T trivia question today. Which two players had the most stolen bases as members of the Washington Nationals? The most steals.
Does that include the Expos?
That is only in the Nationals portion of the franchise, not the Montreal side of things.
Because that eliminates Tim Raines as one of the answers.
It was a great home run stolen base season for the Nationals. As Rogers shoots one over to Moore, he bobbles, recovers in time for the out. 2 gone in the inning. Jesus Flores has taken some foul tips. This was Lucroy last inning off the right shoulder. Dropped him quickly.
Collarbone.
And then just a moment ago, Cesar Izturis.
Uppercut to the chin. Who said this Sunday was the day of rest? Same reaction, though.
You got to love it. You got to have passion for the position.
He'll have a tough time chewing his food tonight on the Charter.
It's the greatest position in baseball.
It is.
2 quick outs. Here's Nori Aoki.
I always said that I'd much rather be behind the bats than in front of them. The way these guys hit the baseball, every now and again you're going to get dinged, but I'll tell you, to be a pitcher and a corner infielder playing in with the way these guys can swing.
It was a funny bit earlier today. Bob Uecker joined us on the Brewers Live pregame show, and it's Bob Uecker bobblehead day, and told Mark and Cannon now he knows why he's having so many problems, because obviously he wasn't wearing his mask in the proper position. See, he didn't know you were supposed to put the mask on your face. He just carried it. Said he didn't remember being a catcher.
Yeah.
Bob Uecker bobblehead.
Looks like him a little bit. I mean, you know, for
a young Bob Uecker.
For a bobblehead.
You'd think he'd have some kind of hilarious smile on his face. The profile is definitely Bob Uecker.
No, this is Bob Uecker, the player, not the comedian, actor, broadcaster.
I get it. So he's more serious back then.
Yeah.
That's not what I hear. Those who played with him said Bob Uecker on the bus trips. Oh, in tight. Aoki hit by a pitch as he scampers out of the way. A 2-out base runner for Milwaukee.
Boy, hitters and catchers beware today. Watch Aoki. His first move is going to be toward the outside corner. And able to get the arm up there, just grazing that right arm. He's got that pad on there.
Close to the face. Well, Aoki is a base stealer. We'll see if he's on the move here with Gomez at the plate. Ryan Zimmerman very deep at third base, almost daring Gomez to drop a bunt down.
Well, he's going to start there, then he'll creep in just before the pitch gets to the hitting zone. Here he comes. Now he's going to go back. And ordinarily 2 outs and a man at first, you're trying to drive in a run, but with Ryan Braun on deck, your job right here is just to get on base, bring him to the plate.
Another check on Aoki. Aoki has 12 steals this year. Has been caught just 3 times. And the way that Flores has been banged up. Remember that foul ball by Lucroy hit off of his right shoulder. Gomez on the ground to short. And Espinosa makes a play to end it. So Braun left standing in the on deck circle. Gonzalez puts up a 0 in the 4th. 3-1 Milwaukee. 4 innings in the books.
Well, Mark Rogers pitching a dandy here at Miller Park as he heads to the 5th inning. Today's Tavern of the Game winner, Stars and Stripes in Princeton, Wisconsin. That's Stars and Stripes. It's probably a bowling alley, right?
I would guess.
If Tavern Contact calls the Brewers in the next 24 hours, they get 40 Miller Lite beer pen tickets. This offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and our good friends at Miller Lite.
That's just my guess, though. I don't like when you put me on the spot like that.
Well, that was my guess. You didn't have to agree or not.
3-1 our score. The Brewers have the lead as Mark Rogers is back on the mound. Jesus Flores leads off. First pitch swinging.
Surprised he can even swing.
And Braun puts it away for the first out. Time now to take a look at our Jimmy John's high-speed delivery. Got a couple of hard throwers on the mound today. Rogers topping out at 98. Gio Gonzalez at 95 from the left side. But the cruising speed for Rogers has been 94, 95. He's used that four-seam fastball well.
Yeah, that 98 was early in the game. I think it was the 2nd inning. But today's a perfect example of the way Flores has been getting dinged up today. You know what you're talking about with respect to Jonathan Lucroy. The talk about Joe Mauer moving to first base. I mean, it can't be easy, and it's not easy to feel good all year and win batting titles and things like that. That's what's so amazing about what Joe Mauer's done.
I think Lucroy is a guy in very much the same ilk as Mauer. He wants to catch. He feels like He's a catcher. He's trained. He's prepared. He's done all this work to be a catcher. I don't think the Brewers are saying at all they want to move Lucroy. This is just my own discussion about the Joe Mauer factor, because Lucroy has such a good bat, a Mauer quality bat. It's starting to look like for Jonathan Lucroy. Do you try to find him other positions to play on the days he doesn't catch? Unlike the Twins and Mauer, the Brewers don't have the designated hitter. They don't have that option. As Gonzalez, a little flare, that's going to fall for a base hit. Well, he muscles one into right field, and the Nationals pitcher, who lined out his last time up,
taking a pretty good hack up there at the plate. That one's right down the middle. He got jammed, but able to flare it into right. 1 out single for the Nationals.
I don't see Lucroy as a situation like a Craig Biggio, where he was such a good hitter and he was so fast. He was a base stealer as well. He came up as a catcher, Craig Biggio, and I think the Astros spotted something quickly with him that he was going to be able to hit, and so they moved him. They first moved him to the outfield. He played center field, and then he ended up at second base, and he's going into the Hall of Fame. Craig Biggio, 3,000 hits.
I don't think Craig Biggio is the kind of catcher that Lucroy's become. Right. So it was a little bit easier for the organization to make that call.
Bouncing ball, chance for two. Is Turris to Weeks, and not in time. That was a close play. Lombardozzi has great speed.
Yes, he does. Little indecision by Cesar Turris. He started to take a couple of steps over to second base and then flipped it to Ricky. Tim Welke gives a safe sign. That was pretty close.
You could read the lips. Tim Welke said, "I had him out." Ricky said, "I don't think so." Welke says, "Okay, you can leave now."
You see, that extra little step is what cost him the double play.
This would be a great look at it.
I mean, that's very close. He might have got him on the super slow motion. But, I mean, hard to argue.
It's like he got him by an eyelash. After all of those replays, and we slow it down.
It's easy to umpire with those kind of looks.
Umpires, and Bruce Fleming has told us this, at first base you umpire as much with your ears as you do your eyes, trying to hear that pop of the glove and the thud of the foot touching the bag, processing all of that information to make the call.
Yeah, just that little delay by Turris to get the ball to Ricky, that's what cost him.
Well, now Bryce Harper with a runner at first and 2 outs. Harper representing the tying run. If it's possible for a 19-year-old to be old school, it is Bryce Harper. No batting gloves. Got the eye black on. Nationals asked him to tone down the eye black. He used to paint the big stripes under his eyes, you know, almost like war paint.
Well, what is that?
Coming up through the minor leagues.
It looks like it's war paint.
There's a strike. I'm talking about the massive eye black that would go all the way down to his jaw.
That's more than you normally see.
You don't see eye black anymore.
They got the patches. They wear the sunglasses. I tried those patches a couple of times when I caught. I just sweat too much. They just came right off.
Just fall off?
Yeah.
Did you put your area code on them like some of the football players do?
No.
Well, they say it helps with the glare on a bright sunny day.
It really does help. And it looks good.
You just take your fingers, put them under your eyes. Oh, yeah, it does work.
I'm doing that. It doesn't work.
Three-two pitch. Runner goes, and Harper fouls it away a little bit late. All this talk about Steven Strasburg and the innings limit coming off the Tommy John surgery. The Nationals trying to protect a young arm. I wonder if that applies to Bryce Harper in the big leagues for the first time.
At bat limit.
Games played, at bats, first time in the big leagues.
I don't think so.
Lombardozzi at first. He takes off. 3-2 pitch and a bouncing ball foul.
You know what you love about Mark Rogers? Not just the velocity, the fact that he's been throwing some strikes today. But in situations like this, he's going back to back with the curveball in 3-2. So he likes his breaking pitch, and that's important. And Lucroy is doing a good job getting him through the game today.
See what he does here. Another 3-2, and Harper a swing and a miss. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Mark Rogers, as advertised, that's his 5th strikeout, giving up just 1 run on 4 hits through the first 5 innings. 3-1 Brewers.
Section 115, you want a coupon for free Blue Bunny ice cream redeemable at your local grocery. Please bring your ticket to field level guest relations at Pioneer Prague.
Mark Rogers impressive in his return to the big leagues. Former Brewers first rounder has a 3-1 lead as we go to the 5th. Our trivia question courtesy of AT&T. Which 2 players had the most stolen bases as members of the Washington Nationals? This is post-Expos era. And Ian Desmond, 58 steals career. Nigel Morgan is on that list. Just a couple of seasons with the Nationals. He was traded from Washington to the Brewers prior to last spring training, or at the end of last spring training, prior to the regular season. Ryan Braun will lead off. A strike from Gio Gonzalez. Well, Mark Rogers just put a 96-mile-an-hour fastball right by Bryce Harper with 2 strikes to end the inning.
He fell behind 3-0 and able to get him.
Braun into center field. And it's going to fall just short as Bernardino hauls it in just shy of the wall. Just missed it, Ryan Braun.
Yeah, just a little bit down on the end of the bat, and that's why it stayed in the ballpark. If he gets it on the sweet spot, there's no ballpark going to hold him. A little bit of late movement by Gonzalez. Missing the sweet spot. There it is. You can see it just a little bit on the end and underneath. Ryan Braun still gave it a pretty good ride to center.
Corey Hart in the center, right at Bernardino. Hit that one hard, but Bernardino well positioned And 2 quick outs for Gio Gonzalez.
Second baseman Ricky Weeks.
2 gone for Ricky Weeks now. Gonzalez giving up 2 runs in the first inning. Command problems in the first. He hit a batter and then he walked back-to-back hitters. And a bases loaded walk to Lucroy. Cody Ransom had an infield hit and an RBI. And then in the third inning, the Brewers scored a run on a botched rundown play. As Ryan Braun scored, Corey Hart got into a rundown, and the Nationals didn't play it all that well, and Braun was able to score without a throw. So the runs that Gonzalez has given up have been a little bit strange. But the Brewers have a 3-1 lead. Rogers is pitching a gem on the other side.
And the problem is for Gonzalez, the walks have been involved in both of the innings that the Brewers have been able to put a run up. Back-to-back walks. He walked Lucroy to score a run. And then the leadoff walk to Ryan Braun ended up coming around to score. So putting himself in a bad spot with the base on balls. Something you don't see much from this Washington Nationals starting rotation.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Just missed inside. Ricky Weeks was robbed of a base hit by Zimmerman. The best play of the day so far. Zimmerman on a chopper down the third base line, gloved and threw off balance. Just got Weeks at first. There's a strike called. Ricky Weeks is rung up. A fastball from Gonzalez, a 3-up, 3-down inning. Yeah, good one. Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. The second most famous Wisconsin professional sports athlete named Rogers, right? Without the D, this one, Mark Rogers.
Wait, who's the other?
I'll come up with that in a second. Brewers baseball today on Fox Sports Wisconsin. A reminder that this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Brewers, may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent of the Brewers Baseball Club. Mark Rogers back on the mound, 5 strikeouts through the first 5 innings. Facing Ryan Zimmerman going through the middle of this order now. Zimmerman bounces one foul. See the breakdown of pitches for Mark Rogers. Been pretty efficient here today. Had a 19-pitch 4th inning, but otherwise Rogers getting into some deep counts. He has 5 strikeouts. Able to come back on Bryce Harper down 3-0. Zimmerman shoots that one down the right field line. Extra bases for Ryan Zimmerman as Aoki hustles it back to the infield. A leadoff double for the Nationals.
I got a pitch up out over the plate, and Zimmerman loves the ball away, and he just hits a bullet down that right field line. And watch where the pitch is. They want to go away with it, up and away, and Zimmerman does a nice job getting on top of it and just hitting it hard right inside that right field line. Leadoff double.
Ryan Zimmerman on the same field with Ryan Braun here today. 2 of the prizes from that 2005 draft. Still one of the great drafts in the history of baseball. Some incredible names on that draft board that year. Justin Upton was the overall #1 that season. Alex Gordon. Zimmerman was the 4th pick. Ryan Braun was the 5th pick. Troy Tulowitzki was the 7th pick. The 2 guys that couldn't even crack the top 10, Andrew McCutchen and Jay Bruce.
Wow.
McCutchen was 11, Bruce was 12 that year.
It was a good year. I don't think the Brewers, if they had it to do over again, would do anything different.
No.
Perhaps some of the other teams might have.
Tyler Moore batting for the first time. Filling in for the injured Adam LaRoche, who exited this game after a hit, and Moore rips that one to left field. Braun can't get there. It's off the wall. Zimmerman around third. He'll score. And Tyler Moore, who homered yesterday, showing some big power in the last 2 days. An RBI double, and the Nats are within a run.
That breaking ball that stayed up in the strike zone. One of the rare mistakes that Rogers has made with his off-speed pitch. And Moore able to wait back, hook it, a line drive bullet over the head of Ryan Braun. And we've got a 1-run game. And Moore trades places with Zimmerman at second base.
And here's Michael Morse. Tying run at second. Now Mark Concannon has an injury update on Adam LaRoche. What do you have, Mark?
BA, Adam LaRoche left the game. It's back tightness. It's not expected to be anything serious. That man, Davey Johnson, not taking any chances. Just a precaution, lifting LaRoche from the game.
And the man who replaces him, Tyler Moore, picks up right where LaRoche left off with a booming double over the head of Braun. Nationals are 20 games over, and they've had their fair share of injuries this year. They have not escaped the disabled list bug. And they've lost some big bats in their lineup. Zimmerman early in the season with that right shoulder injury. Jason Worth.
Ian Desmond.
Desmond on the DL with an oblique injury, as you see.
Drew Storen, their closer, was out for just about the entire first half. Adam LaRoche getting taken out, and I would have thought it would have been Jesus Flores to be taken out. The beating that he's been taking today.
Oh no, there's no other option. Catchers, you'd have to stay.
Yeah, you're in. Back tightness doesn't matter. That's what you sign up for.
That's right.
That's the way it's been ever since he's been 10 years old.
Catcher gets hit by a foul ball. Everybody chuckles. Ah, he'll be okay. Position player goes down. You got 5 trainers out there.
And you get to take him out for precautionary reasons.
That's not really the way it is, but that's the way it seems.
It's the way the catchers look at it. I remember getting hit by foul tips and looking down. Greg Brock playing first base, got his glove over his face.
He's laughing at you.
Shoulders going up and down.
Yelling at you to get back in there. The pitcher's arm's getting cold. 3 balls and a strike. Morse fouls it away. It's a good fastball Rogers has been able to call on. There have been times when he's been down in the count, been in hitters counts, and he's been able to get back in them with a 95, 96 mile an hour heater. He's walking a fine line here. He's in the 6th inning. First 2 batters have reached on doubles, and the tying run at second base. Got him. Back to the heat. A fastball, and Morse is down on strikes.
Up and in. He didn't like it in there. He stands off of home plate. He likes the ball out away from him. And watch where they put it. Up and in. And gets him. That's a nice pitch. Good location. Lucroy wanted it right there, and that's where Rogers put it.
Found the hole in the swing of Michael Morse. It's one thing to know where the holes are. It's another thing to put the pitch where you want it.
Got to execute. Yep.
So there is the first out. Now Danny Espinosa, a strikeout victim in the 4th inning. One of the 6 strikeouts for Mark Rogers. He's been swinging and missing a great deal.
Mark Rogers has had a very good fastball today, but the reason that he's been able to get it by these hitters is because he's had good command of his slider and his curveball. It all goes hand in hand.
Another one by him. Espinosa dialing it up and chasing a high fastball. 1-2 the count. Espinosa played his college ball at Long Beach State. And a few big league shortstops from Long Beach State. Troy Tulowitzki is one of them. One gone in the inning. And a 1-2 pitch just misses. 98 with that fastball.
And he's still throwing well. Got that pitch count around 90 right now, so he's been very efficient with his pitches.
Rogers threw 104 pitches in his last AAA start against Round Rock, the Round Rock Express. Actually against New Orleans. Had 99 pitches against Round Rock on the 16th of July. 2-2. Little tapper foul. That was the slider from Mark Rogers.
Fastball's away. Slider's in on his hands. Pitch number 90.
Espinosa's been a hot hitter in July. Most of that coming as the shortstop when he took over for Desmond. A .332 hitter in the month of July with 10 RBIs. Overall, a .248 hitter. 2-2. Missed with a fastball. 3-2 now. Another hard thrower, Jim Henderson. Probably ready to enter this game. decision time for those three. Full count. Tying run at second. And he got him. Rogers strikes him out. Espinosa chased one, and number 7 for Mark Rogers.
And fastballs away, breaking balls in on him. Then on a 3-2 pitch, he chases one about 6 inches off the corner. Had good late tail on it. And got a big strikeout. Only 4 of his 7 strikeouts so far today have come with runners in scoring position.
So now 2 gone. And Roger Bernardina will bat. And there's strike 1. Rogers' spot in the batting order is due up 4th in the bottom of the 6th. Well, if he gets out of this inning, it'll be a big hand for him on his way out. Could be his last hitter. He has showed well in his return to the big leagues.
That's one of his best curveballs right there. Got on top of it, straight down, a nice break to it. Doesn't really show any signs of tiring. Velocity's still there. The curveball's still down in his zone.
He is a tough kid, Mark Rogers. Son of a lobsterman. His dad Craig, growing up in Maine, had him out on the boats. One and 2 the count on Bernardina. Another good fastball. Yeah, Mark Rogers and his dad, they hauled lobster traps. That's what Rogers did growing up on a boat called Hat Trick. That tells you how big fans of hockey they were.
Or strikeouts.
That would have been a good option. But they went with Hat Trick. He's got a chance at a hat trick here in this 6th inning. Bernardina lays off.
That's what I meant. 3 strikeouts.
Oh, that hat trick.
I didn't say they should have named the boat strikeouts.
Oh. I thought you were, making a reference about the NHL.
No. 3 strikeouts for a hitter's a hat trick.
I'm with you now. I didn't know you were bringing so much creativity on a Sunday. It's typically your day off.
Day of rest.
Crowd cheered him on. 2-2. And that one just missed. Mike Easterbrook, no sense for the dramatic.
No. Bernardina, either a very good eye or completely fooled by that last one. Check it out. Boy, how do you take that? Well, he did, and he got rewarded for it. Rogers thought it was a strike.
Tying run at second base. The inning started with back-to-back doubles. 3-2 Brewers. 3-2 the count. And he lost him. Ball 4. Bernardina, give him credit. He didn't chase. It's been a strikeout pitch for Mark Rogers. And now 2 on with 2 outs. And out comes Ron Roenicke. Roenicke is going to make the call to the bullpen. So Rogers cannot get through 6. And we'll see if the Brewers can give him a chance to win this one. He leaves with the lead and a standing ovation.
Well, a heck of a job by Mark Rogers. His first start for the Brewers in a couple of years, and he leaves here in the 6th inning, having pitched extremely well, 5 2/3. His first walk is what cost him the exits here today. Well, when you look at the pitches for Mark Rogers, he's got that fastball up to 98 miles an hour, able to get a strikeout on the outside corner. His curveball has been a very good pitch. He got Bryce Harper on that pitch in his 3rd inning. And the slider, which really set up everything for him today. The slider, when he was down in the count 3-1, 2-0, really made that mid-90s to upper 90s fastball very effective later on in the game.
It's got to feel good for him to exit to a standing ovation. This is a guy that Brewers fans are very familiar with as a first-rounder in 04, and all of his problems, the injuries, 2 shoulder surgeries on both wrists, had a suspension last year, and he has persevered a great deal, and he comes back and makes a good showing for himself. Still does have a couple of runners that are his responsibility on base, so he'll turn it over to the man who's been closing games for him down in AAA. Jim Henderson had 15 saves in Nashville, and he's on the mound for the 3rd time as a Brewer. Has not given up a run just yet.
A couple of strikeouts in last night's ball game. Pitched a scoreless 8th inning. And talk about another guy that's had a pretty good slider to go along with a mid to upper 90s fastball. So similar type styles between Rogers and Henderson.
Henderson worked a scoreless inning yesterday with a couple of strikeouts. Essentially out here to close the 6th. Bouncing ball to short is Torres to Weeks, and he does just that. Protecting runs, inherited runners for his buddy Mark Rogers. To the bottom of the 6th we go. Brewers by a run. Baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is presented by the Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly. And by the new Miller Lite Punch Top Can. It's Miller time. Well, if you want more coverage of the Brewers leading up to Tuesday's trade deadline, Ryan Karchi will follow Doug Melvin's every move at FoxSportsWisconsin.com. Speaking of trade, Zach Greinke traded away 2 days ago to the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, making his first start for the Angels. He's facing the Tampa Bay Rays. Greinke wearing number 23 for the Angels, matching up against Hellickson today, Kyle Hellickson. And Greinke so far an inning and 2/3, or rather 2 innings, 2 hits, no earned runs allowed. I beg your pardon, Jeremy Hellickson, not Kyle Hellickson. But Greinke and Hellickson matching up in Anaheim, and I think plenty of interest there to see how Greinke is going to fare for the Angels. That's a big pickup for the Angels, who find themselves in 3rd place to start play today behind the Rangers and the surprising the surging Oakland Athletics.
Yeah, all of a sudden a very good, even better pitching staff, starting rotation for the Angels, but I don't think you have to worry about the success of Zach Greinke and with the Angels. I always have a tough time figuring out what city to call them. Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
Right.
Is it bad to just say Anaheim Angels? Can I just do that?
Not for you, because you played for the Angels. You can say whatever you want.
They were the California Angels back when I was there.
You can go for that one too if you like.
Or I could just say the Angels.
There you go.
The organization to be named later.
Greinke joins a pretty talented starting rotation in Anaheim with Jared Weaver, who's the American League leader in ERA. Lucroy back up the middle, a base hit. That's his second hit on base all 3 times at the plate here today.
Man, he's something else. Stays right on that pitch and bangs it right back through the middle. Hey, at every non-marquee home game, fans can purchase a half-price Lowe's bleacher ticket in the Club Goodwill section at Miller Park. Club Goodwill tickets are sold at the ticket windows in left field.
There's a Club Goodwill section. Jam-packed today. Every section jam-packed today. Got a sellout crowd at Miller Park. Bob Uecker bobblehead day today. Brewers lead at 3-2. Here's Cody Ransom with Lucroy at first, and that one way inside, almost hit him. If you're just joining us, the Brewers also traded George Kottaras today. They took him off the Major League roster a couple of days ago on Thursday when Lucroy returned, and finalized a trade today. Faustino de los Santos. Hard throwing De Los Santos.
Man, good for George Kottaras. Ron Renneke said that was a tough call. He feels as though George is a big league catcher, and he can hit if you give him enough at bats, and he might very well get an opportunity there in Oakland.
The 3 players that the Brewers received in return for Zach Greinke, all headed to Double-A Huntsville and all activated on the Huntsville roster today. That is a prospect-laden ball club there in the Southern League, Huntsville. Hunter Morris is having a great year. He's hitting home runs at a record pace, leads the Southern League in home runs. Hunter Morris hit 4 home runs and 7 RBIs in their last series and has 19 for the season. He's the first baseman. Scooter Gennett is the second baseman, big prospect, as Ransom draws the walk. And now Gene Segura will play shortstop there, so that's a fun team to watch right now, the Huntsville Stars. 4-player trade on Friday night. Zach Greinke going to the Angels. Gene Segura was the top prospect. It had been Mike Trout, but he's in the big leagues now. Segura moves as the top prospect in the Brewers system, you would think. And Johnny Hellwig and Ariel Pena, 2 hard-throwing pitchers. And those 3 were all together in Double-A Arkansas and the Texas League, and now will stay together in Double-A Huntsville. And all active today.
I was talking to Rick Granitz about those 2 pitchers today. He said that the reports are that these guys have a good shot.
Stearns gets a good bunt down. Zimmerman makes the play to first. A sacrifice bunt. And the Brewers threatening now with runners at second and third. And 1 out. The pitcher spot coming up. And Ron Renneke is going to bring on a Ramos Ramirez here and take a shot at it.
Everybody talks about the Brewers and their home runs, and that's the way they score a lot of runs, but they lead the National League in sacrifice bunts this year. It's not for lack of advancing base runners from Milwaukee. It's getting that big hit, and the Brewers are looking for one right now.
So Jim Henderson is out. Livan Hernandez loosens in the bullpen. He'll have the 7th inning, and now Ramos Ramirez. Been bothered by a sore wrist. That's why he was out of the starting lineup today. With a base open at first. Davey Johnson will order the intentional walk. And if you're wondering, well, why would Renicky send up Ramirez up there just to walk? If it's anybody other than Ramirez, Davey Johnson probably would have pitched to that hitter. Not enough of a threat to load the bases.
That might have been the plan all along. Maybe Ramirez having a tough time swinging the bat. This is an opportunity to use him as a decoy. They put him on. But you really don't have many other options as far as pinch hitters in that situation. You got Ishikawa, Nigel Morgan from the left side, and Maldonado, the only other right-handed bat.
Brewers lead 3-2. The two managers making their moves here. Davey Johnson will bring his infield halfway in. And Renicky sending the signals over to Ed Cedar, who passes him along. Nori Aoki with the bases full. 1 out. And a bunt. It's down. Gonzalez dives. A throw. He is right. Safe is the call. A run will score. Lombardozzi arguing, and now a runner has come to the plate, and he scores. Ransom.
He's got to get back. He's got to get back. I don't know why.
Time was called, according to Mike Easterbrook.
Man, I don't know.
I don't either.
I'm not sure. I mean, all of a sudden the guy starts arguing, and does that mean that the umpire's got to call timeout?
Everybody's arguing here. Renicky with a home plate umpire, Davey Johnson with the first base umpire.
Well, another squeeze, successful squeeze by the Brewers. And Mike Easterbrook saying somebody must have called timeout.
This is going to be a replay here to see if in fact, or who called it, when it was called.
The only umpire that's not getting argued with is Paul Schreiber, the second base umpire. Cody Ransom is getting into it with Laz Diaz. Yep. Mike Easterbrook with Ron Renicky, and David Johnson was locked up with Tim Welke.
Pick your umpire. But Rock, I agree with you. If a play's in motion, just because a guy starts to argue doesn't mean the play's dead.
Right.
You can ask for timeout as a player. The umpire has to give you the timeout.
Right. Nobody ever said anything.
So let's cue it up, see what we can see here. As Aoki gets the bunt down, the squeeze bunt works. Well, they have a beef.
Who's calling timeout? Does anybody call? Oh, the catcher right there is calling timeout, but I don't think you can call timeout when there's a play going on.
No way.
I mean, that play wasn't dead. You can't call timeout in the middle of all that.
Any player can call timeout whenever they want. That doesn't mean you get it. The umpire is the only one who can grant a timeout call.
No, this was the first argument. And it looked as though Lombardozzi had a gripe. He had that left foot on the bag, and that should have been an out. Well, Tim Welke missed that call.
Gomez fouls it back. That is not going to be a play they'll clip off at umpiring school right there.
No.
The call was missed. Timeout. There was no call of timeout by any of the umpires while Ransom was in progress.
Right. The catcher looked like he was trying to get timeout, but Ransom was getting down the line. You can't do that. Play wasn't dead yet.
See Gomez at the plate, presented by Wendy's, trying to add to his day today. Got a double in the first inning.
I'm going to have to ask Bruce Freming about that play.
Bases loaded, 1 out. And Gomez into center field. And on his way to the plate is Ransom to score. Sac fly, RBI. Brewers get the run regardless, but it costs him an out here.
That's good execution by Milwaukee in this inning. Excellent execution. You get the sacrifice bunt by Izturis. You get the successful squeeze bunt by Oki, and now the sacrifice fly. That's just good offense. Johnny Nairn got to have a big smile on his face right now.
5-2 Brewers. There's Johnny Nairn. That's a smile for Johnny.
Yeah, that's as close as you're going to get.
And with 2 on and 2 out, here is Ryan Braun. Braun is hitless against Gonzalez. He did walk and score in the 3rd inning. The official scoring, by the way, on Nori Aoki, he gets credit for a sacrifice bunt, a squeeze bunt. And then there was an error on the pitcher Gonzalez, a throwing error. Aoki with an RBI. Ian Gomez with the ribbies. 2 in, 5-2 Brewers as Braun falls behind 0-2. Gio Gonzalez with 5 walks in this game. Braun was one of them. One of them intentional today, but that matches a season high for the control pitcher. Got him. Braun strikes out, and the inning is over. But the Brewers scored twice on a wild inning, and they lead it 5-2. Brewers get 2 in the bottom of the 6th. They answer a run scoring top of the 6th for the Nationals. And it's 5-2 as we go to the 7th. Our game summary brought to you by Toyota. First batter Mark Rogers faces Steve Lombardozzi with a home run. Nationals on the board early. The Brewers able to tie it on a bases loaded walk in the 1st, and then in the 1st inning take the lead on an infield hit by Ransom. Corey Hart with a base hit, and then a wild base running move and a botched rundown here by the Nationals led to the 3rd run for Milwaukee. Hart did a nice job of getting to a rundown. And then Washington pulls within a run on an RBI double by Tyler Moore. Mark Rogers ends up striking out 7 in 5 2/3 innings. 6 hits, 2 runs. Very good debut for Mark Rogers this year. The Brewers get another run on a squeeze bunt. Nori Aoki, an error on Gonzalez, and then it was a sacrifice fly. That run didn't count for Ransom. Ransom did score on this sacrifice fly from Carlos Gomez.
And the best part of that play, there was 3 arguments for 3 different umpires.
4 umpires, 3 of them were involved in arguments.
Yeah, Tim Welke must have, or I should say Paul Schreiber must have thought, what's the matter with me? I get bad breath.
Let's see if we can get him accounted for. Mike Easterbrook was in an argument with Ron Renicky, Brewers manager. Tim Welke was in an argument with Davey Johnson, the Nationals manager, and Laz Diaz was in an argument with Cody Ransom.
Yeah. And everybody was very pleased with Paul Schreiber.
Livan Hernandez, the former National, takes over in the 7th, trying to protect a 3-run Brewer lead as he faces Corey Brown to start it. And Brown just serves one into left center, a base hit. Pinch hitting for Gio Gonzalez. Brown singles, and the Nationals have their leadoff runner aboard. I'm sure it's happened, but it's rare when on the same play both managers are arguing with their own selected umpire.
Potentially, you know, both umpires could have had an argument with the same guy, Tim Welke at first.
Right. And from what we saw on the replay, both managers were right.
Yeah.
I mean, both had an argument.
Yeah.
Because the call at first was the wrong call, a missed call. And the fact that Mike Easterbrook issued timeout, granted timeout in the middle of a play with a runner on his way to home.
Yeah. He shouldn't be able to do that.
Nope. Well, Steve Lombardozzi has 2 hits today. He's reached base 3 times. Hit a home run in the first, his second as a big leaguer. The rookie second baseman. That one's dumped into left field. Almost the same hit. Back-to-back singles. Brown and Lombardozzi, and that quickly the Nationals bring the tying run to the plate.
A couple of off-speed pitches by Livan Hernandez. And they hit him like he threw him. Not much on it. Right off the end of the bat. And the tying run comes to the plate. And Lombardozzi goes right with it. Dumps it in front of Ryan and left.
Well, the Brewers have chased 13-game winner Gio Gonzalez. He goes 6 today. He's on the hook for the loss. 5 runs, 4 earned. Mark Rogers 5 2/3 with just 2 earned runs.
2 of the last 3 starts for Gonzalez have not been very good. 2 starts ago against the Mets, 6 runs. Today, 5 runs.
A big bat at the plate for the Nationals. Bryce Harper 0 for 3 today with a couple of strikeouts. And a slow breaking ball from Hernandez. And it's 2-0. Up in the Nationals bullpen, Ryan Matthews. Brewers have activity in their pen as well. Looks like K-Rod is up. Another slow curve missed. 3-0. Starting to look like one of those days for Hernandez. You usually can tell pretty quickly with Livan.
He came in a couple of nights ago and pitched a scoreless inning in 2/3. But he's in trouble here today.
There's a strike. Hernandez faced Harper on Friday. Retired him. Starting to get some high leverage innings, as they say, late in games with leads. Curveball missed. Harper draws the walk. And the bases are loaded with nobody out. Just like that.
Yep.
And Hernandez is not happy with Mike Easterbrook.
Now, those pitches did look off the outside corner. Ron Rentge's saying that he's going to use whoever he has out there that's been throwing strikes. Hernandez has been doing that, although he did walk Harper. Henderson's throwing strikes. He's been used quite a bit. Hernandez, both of those guys have been getting some more important innings last few days.
Rick Kranitz with a quick visit to the mound. Hernandez is going to have to go through the muscle of this order with the bases loaded and nobody out. 5-2. The Brewers lead by 3 as Ryan Zimmerman steps in. Remember, Adam LaRoche taken out of this game. Back tightness. Tyler Moore is on deck. Zimmerman takes a strike. Zimmerman has bounced into 13 double plays this season.
He's got to get the ball down. You got to keep it down here, in or out.
The Brewers will gladly allow a run to score if they could turn two. The infield is back. And a slow hook, fouled away. 0-2 the count on Zimmerman.
Got away with one upstairs. And Zimmerman just a little bit out in front at 63 miles an hour.
He is a big threat at the plate. Last week's player of the week in the National League. Has a double today. His last at bat, he doubled and scored. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Lucroy blocks it. Well, Fernandez does not retire Zimmerman. He's likely out of this game. Frankie Rodriguez is ready in the bullpen. Removed from the closer's role. Although Renicky said it would be a closer by committee at this point. Another one in the dirt. 2-2.
Trying to get him to chase, but Zimmerman really hasn't been chasing too many pitches in this series. And particularly pitches away.
Big pitch. 2-2. Zimmerman bounces one to third. They'll go to the bag for one. Ransom to first. High throw in time. Double play. The benefit of a 6'6" first baseman.
That has been paying dividends ever since he's been over there. Big target over there. That was a 5-pitch at bat. Livan Hernandez against Zimmerman. Slider, then curveball. Then he tried to get him to chase a couple of sliders away. Good block by Lucroy. And on pitch number 5, able to get him. Got that curveball down and away. Tried to pull it. And because Bryce Harper had that big lead over at first base, I should say, yeah, Harper knew he wasn't going to have a play at second base, so he goes third base to first and just able to nip Zimmerman over there.
Oh, and that throw left the hand of Cody Ransom. It looked like it was headed for the seats. But Hart pulls it down. A big double play. A run does score. It's 5-3 Milwaukee. And Tyler Moore at the plate. Moore has hit 6 home runs in just 94 at bats. At the big league level, he's a big home run hitter in the minor leagues. In his rookie season. Last year in Double-A, Moore had 31 home runs, drove in 90. And the year before that in Single-A, had 31 homers, drove in 111.
Very tantalizing, that breaking pitch from Livan Hernandez. Haven't seen a fastball from Livan yet. Sliders and curveballs. Hard to wait back, particularly a young hitter.
Harper out at second. Tying run at the plate and Moore. And a swing and a miss. Just what you're talking about.
Yeah. And you get the count in your favor. You figure he's going to throw you a fastball, and it drops down a little bit and gives him the slider.
Between AAA and the big leagues this year, Moore has combined to hit 15 home runs. Hit one of 3 home runs yesterday for the Nationals. And a 2-run shot off Randy Wolf yesterday. And he doubled in a run his last time up. Nationals had the bases loaded, nobody out. Zimmerman bounced into a double play. And now Hernandez a strike away from getting out of this mess. 2-2. In the air to right. The first fastball he saw, he jammed it. And Moore is out. Livan Hernandez pulling a Houdini act. That's again just one. It's 5-3 Milwaukee. Stretch time at Miller Park. We turn it over to Rob Edwards and Miller Park's presentation of God Bless America.
As we honor our great nation with God Bless America, led by Martina McBride.
Brewers enjoying a 2-run cushion as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Time now for our social media, and a pretty good hit on Twitter posted here today on our site by David Rickert. And we're talking about the young pitching of Milwaukee and Mike Fiers. His ERA 1.77 right now, and he writes, if Fiers continues to do his work at this pace and maybe can add some more wins to his starts, does he have a shot to be considered in the Cy Young Award talk? Kind of an interesting question. I kind of half-jokingly put it out to you, Rock, the other day, but it's interesting some other people are thinking about it, too.
No, I think you started all that, Craig. You're the one that got that going, all that talk about Fiers and the Cy Young. And I mean, he's had a terrific start to his career up here, and no telling where it's going to end for him. But he certainly has pitched like a Cy Young candidate, but that's not going to happen this year.
No Cy Young, maybe Rookie of the Year if he continues to pitch like this. Saw the changes for the Nationals with Corey Brown staying in the game in left field. Ryan Matthews is the new pitcher as he faces Corey Hart.
I believe Craig in the pregame show, what was it, yesterday or the day before, calling them Cy Fires.
See, I like that. That's very poetic.
So he's got nobody but himself to blame for that question.
But his point is well taken.
Absolutely.
Mike Fiers
I'm with you.
Is pitching at a very high level right now, as good as anybody in the game.
What's he got? 1.77 ERA in 10 starts.
Lowest ERA among National League rookie pitchers. Ryan Matthews on the mound. Gio Gonzalez goes 6, gives up 5 runs, 4 earned. Unusual way to take a sign.
How about Livan Hernandez getting out of that mess with only 1 run on the board? Well done. Actually got a fastball at 85 miles an hour. Got a fly ball to right. Finally threw the fastball in that inning.
Hart bangs one into left field. His second hit. Corey Hart. He lined out his last time up. Probably the hardest hit ball he's had today. Powerball home run count for the Brewers. Ricky Weeks pushed his way onto that list. He hit his 10th in Philadelphia on Wednesday. Brewers lead the league in home runs. And now Weeks will step in with a man on. Did you see the overall home run count? Ryan Braun leads the team and the league in that category. Hart hit number 18 here the other day.
Did you notice who's second in the league in home runs in the National League? The Pirates.
Amazing.
That is amazing. I mean, as good as their pitching's been all year, they're 4th in the league in earned run average. They've hit 114 home runs. That's impressive.
Garrett Jones hit a 455-foot home run today in Houston. He went up there in Prince Fielder territory, you know, the second level at Minute Maid Park. Everybody keeps saying the Pirates need a bat. They have the MVP in the league right now, in my opinion, in Andrew McCutchen. And they have some guys who are putting up some big home run years. Guys like Pedro Alvarez. Garrett Jones has as much power as anyone. We'll see how active the Pirates will be. They did acquire Wandy Rodriguez last week, bolstering their starting pitching rotation.
Pirates have the best home record in all of baseball. 33-16. Brewers don't go to Pittsburgh until the end of August. That's hard to believe.
It's great to see the fans respond as well. That's a beautiful ballpark. Problem is, it's always been empty. Not the case this year. Pirates are a great story. Washington and the Reds have the best record in the National League at 60 wins. But the Pirates are just 2 games back of Cincinnati. Pittsburgh 16 games over 500. One and 2 on Weeks. Lays off.
Yeah, the Reds up on Colorado 6-2, bottom of the 5th. There might be a head shaving situation going on today.
10 in a row. Marty Brennaman, who has a fine head of hair.
Yes, he does.
It's not something to mess with. It's well coiffed. Maybe all gone. He said he'd shave his head with a 10-game winning streak.
There you go. He's a man of his word, too. He'll do it.
I would love to see that. Yankees and the Nationals and the Reds all tied for the best record in Major League Baseball. Then the Rangers, despite some recent struggles, Texas has lost 6 of their last 10. And there are the Pirates. full count. Weeks launches one deep left center. And that is way gone. Ricky Weeks with a 2-run homer. No doubt about that one. 7-3 Milwaukee on a boomer from Ricky Weeks.
Yep, a 3-2 slider. He waited back nicely. Notice where he hit it into center field. That's what he's been doing lately.
Taking out 2 months of frustration here in the last couple of weeks as Ricky Weeks belts number 11, the Pizza Hut delivery of the game.
Yeah, that was a blast off the scoreboard out there in center field. Actually, it was a fastball at 94 miles an hour. There it goes off the scoreboard, and the Brewers have a 4-run lead. Home run number 117 for the Brewers.
Well, a great shot on Exmo of the impact of that baseball. The sweet spot for Ricky Weeks, and when he hits them there, they go a long way.
Good to see Ricky turning things around. Been a long time coming for him this year. He's handled it well. Right on the sweet spot, and Ricky Weeks and his strength do the rest.
Jonathan Lucroy, a single and a home run to start this 7th inning. Lucroy off the glove of Morse, picked up by Lombardozzi, and he makes the play. Heads up by the second baseman Lombardozzi for the first out. It goes 3-4-1. Robbing Lucroy of his 3rd hit of the ballgame.
I like the way he plays. Gets things done. Looks a lot like his dad.
His dad by the same name, Steve Lombardozzi, big leaguer. Bryce Harper gets most of the accolades, of course, rightly so. But Steve Lombardozzi is a rookie who is making an impact. And while Desmond was on the active roster before his injury, Davey Johnson liked Lombardozzi's bat so much that he put him in the outfield for the first time. Basically trying to learn how to play the outfield at the big league level because of the way he handled the bat. His dad was a big leaguer with the Twins in the late 80s. Had a couple of years with the Astros as well. And they grew up. Well, he grew up. Young Steve grew up in the D.C. area. Ransom skies one out into shallow center. Bernardino makes a catch. He's second out.
Yeah, Steve Lombardozzi, the dad, was a right-handed hitter. Good contact hitter. Never really a very smart player.
His dad was on that World Series team, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
87?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got a ring. A thrilling World Series it was.
A team that won, I think, 87 games to get into the playoffs. Just barely snuck in. Beat the Tigers. Nobody thought they'd beat the Tigers, but they did, and they won the World Series.
Beat the Cardinals in the World Series that year. He's Turris to Lombardozzi. Nice play, and he finishes it off. So the inning ends, but the Brewers get a pair. A quick strike from Ricky Weeks. Long home run to center field. A 2-run shot, number 11 on the year. answer the Nationals run scoring 7th. They've done it twice. Nationals scored a run in the 6th and 7th, and the Nationals giving up 2 in the bottom half of the inning. Livan Hernandez pulling a Houdini act. He's in our Marshfield Clinic shining moment of the game. Back-to-back singles to start the inning against Hernandez. And then a walk to Bryce Harper that loaded the bases. Nobody out. Ryan Zimmerman coming up. Hernandez got Zimmerman to bounce into a 5-3 double play. Corey Hart using all of his length. A run did score. And then the next batter, Tyler Moore, flew out to right, and Hernandez escaped. And now he'll turn it over to Frankie Rodriguez.
Now the Brewers with a nice 4-run cushion here in the 8th inning. Hopefully Rodriguez is going to be able to turn things around. He's been roughed up lately.
Well, it was a series to forget for Francisco Rodriguez in Philadelphia. He pitches with a 4-run cushion here. Jim Henderson, Livan Hernandez, and now K-Rod for Ron Roenicke, just searching for some consistency in the bullpen. Say what you want about the Brewers' injuries this year, and they were significant. They certainly set the offense back. Losing Narveson definitely affected the rotation and weakened the bullpen because Estrada had to move into the rotation. But the late inning relief has been the main reason why the Brewers are in this position 10 games under.
And one of the big culprits in Philadelphia was the base on balls. Guys not throwing strikes late in the ball game, giving up big hits, and that's why Ron Roenicke lately has been using guys that have come in and pounded the strike zone, which has happened today.
1-2 on Michael Morse. Ron Roenicke gave the ball to Mark Rogers today. Zach Greinke traded. He was the scheduled starter for the Brewers today. Started for the Angels instead. And the Brewers dipped down into the minor league system. Rogers had been pitching well, and he carried that over to the big leagues this afternoon. He was terrific. 7 strikeouts in 5 2/3 and just 2 runs.
And certainly deserving of another opportunity out there on the mound in 5 days, you would think, anyway. He was impressive. I was most impressed with his command of his curveball today and the count in which he was throwing it.
That's something you preach all the time. Don't be afraid to use your fastball, and when you have a 95+ mile-an-hour fastball like Mark Rogers, he used it very well today. Got a lot of strikeouts on that fastball.
Still the best pitch. If you don't have good command of that pitch, you don't have much of a chance out there.
Morse draws the walk. These were at the heart of the troubles for Frankie Rodriguez.
You just can't throw strikes. That's been the problem for Rodriguez.
Mark Rogers in our Ho Chunk Gaming text question today. Wyatt wants to know, did Mark Rogers work his way into the rotation after today's outing?
Good question, Wyatt. Get back to us on that. I don't know. It's not our call, but he certainly didn't do anything to knock himself out of contention. There's still Tyler Thornburg that the Brewers like. I'd like to see in the starting rotation. So starting rotation all of a sudden has become very young. Young and inexperienced.
Got a couple of months to rack up some innings, though, for these young guys, which is a good thing sometimes. It's a young man's game.
That it is.
Now more than ever. Jim Henderson showed well today. His 3rd big league outing.
You gotta like the plan of the Brewers. You know, Doug Melvin and Ron Roenicke, and up and down the baseball operation is not afraid to give these guys an opportunity. If it's not working, find somebody that's going to get it done. Now you like that.
Good changeup by Rodriguez. It's 0-2 on Espinoza. Espinoza starting to wonder if there's a hole in his bat. He has swung and missed a lot today. A couple of strikeouts.
That fastball's up and away he's had problems with. Of course, that was Mark Rogers throwing a 95-96.
We'll try another changeup here. Got him. Espinoza strikes out. Back-to-back changeups for K-Rod.
And Lucroy setting up outside. K-Rod gets the plate with it, but it's down in the zone. You're not going to get too many swings at a changeup if it's not over the plate. It can be down, but it's got to be over the plate.
One gone. It'll be Roger Bernardina. And that gets by Lucroy. He just missed that one. So Morse to second base on what will be ruled a wild pitch. Certainly one that Lucroy will tell you he should have had on the short hop.
Fastball that kind of tough to get your body in front of it, but kind of just whiffed on it.
Takes K-Rod out of a double play chance. 7-3 Milwaukee with Morse out at second. In the air, left field, well hit, and that ball's gone. Roger Bernardina with a home run, a 2-run shot, and it's 7-5, and Frankie Rodriguez continues to struggle.
An opposite field shot for Bernardina, who again doesn't hit many. That's his third. Marmordosi with a home run today. He's only got 2. There's a high breaking ball, and Bernardina goes right with it into the opposite field, into left field, closing the gap to 2 runs.
K-Rod has never endured struggles like this in his career. He has his place in baseball history. A 62 save season with the Angels as the all-time single season saves record. He was lights out last year for the Brewers, pitching in a setup role. Axford scuffled in that closer's role, and K-Rod took over, and it has been a mess ever since for Frankie Rodriguez.
John Axford getting loose here in the 8th inning. Ron Roenicke trying to just figure out ways to end games.
There's a line drive base hit. Jesus Flores with a single. A walk, a 2-run homer, and now a single, and the Nationals will bring the tying run to the plate.
And you wonder how long Roenicke's going to go with them. It has been a major struggle for K-Rod. That's an understatement. The fastball outer half, and Flores goes right back through the middle with it, and now the tying run comes to the plate.
K-Rod has given up 9 runs in his last 4 games. Saved a couple right away when he was put into that role. There were a couple of wild rides though against the Cardinals, but he did have 2 saves. And now Roenicke's on his way out. And nobody feels worse than Frankie Rodriguez. As competitive as it gets, and he's having a hard time getting outs right now. Roenicke heading to the home plate umpire.
And double switch.
So the change has been made. John Axford coming in, and Roenicke's going to ask him to get the final 5 outs, perhaps. 7-5. Nationals are right back in it. We'll take a break. not much he can do about this one as he has the ball taken from him. He's given up a 2-run homer. There's a runner on that is his responsibility. Roenicke makes a double switch. Maldonado will take over behind the plate. Lucroy is out. And the new pitcher is John Axford, who's been going an inning plus in that middle relief role. And Roenicke's going to ask him to get 5 outs perhaps here today to secure a victory. It's 7-5 as Axford enters.
Yeah, he hasn't allowed a run in his last 5 appearances since being taken out of the closer's role and tossed 2 perfect innings on Wednesday at Philadelphia, including 3 strikeouts.
One gone in the inning. Corey Brown will hit his second at bat. He singled and scored a run in the 7th inning. Stayed in the game to play left field and now batting for the second time. Brewers look for a ground ball here. And a little half swing, able to check it.
John Axford did a nice job lately, in large part because of his command of his slider, something that he didn't use much last year or early this year. It's a breaking pitch that he's been able to throw for strikes.
Two balls and a strike on Corey Brown. Axford with 6 blown saves this year. He steps into a save situation here in the 8th. And that one's ripped to right center. That's going to get down a base hit. It'll go off the wall. Jesus Flores on his way to third base. It's a double for Brown. And the Nationals are knocking at the door. Second and third, just 1 out.
Corey Brown smoking that fastball. I mean, he centers on a fastball in the mid-90s, down in the strike zone, and the struggles for John Axford in the closer situation continue. He gets good extension on that pitch down around the knees, and he doubles off the wall and right, so a single away from tying it up.
Back to the top of the order, Steve Lombardozzi, and he rips one. Ricky Weeks backhands it, throw to first in time, and will plate a run. Good play by Weeks. Flores scores, and the Brewers back to a 1-run lead. It's 7-6. 3 runs have scored in this inning. That run belongs to K-Rod, who gives up 3 runs in a third of an inning today. Two outs, tying run at third for Bryce Harper. A strike from Axford. Good curveball.
Yeah, that's the pitch that has been giving Harper problems in this series, that breaking ball.
Another one. Harper lays off. Maldonado just into the game on the double switch. As Axford deals a strike, 98-mile-an-hour fastball. 1-2 to count on Harper. Back to the hook. Big pitch. Down and in. Good block from Maldonado.
And try it again, double up on it.
Harper today has walked and struck out twice. He's 0 for 3. Two and 2. And that gets by Maldonado, and the run will score. We're all tied up. 7-7. Song remains the same for Milwaukee.
Yep.
A 4-run 8th inning for the Nationals.
Yep. And that ball getting away from Maldonado. You can see Corey Brown, who doubled.
Big chopper over to third. Ransom winds it up. Harper is out. Inning is over. The Nationals get 4 and another blown save. And the Brewers start it all over again. 7-7, bottom of the 8th.
Back at Miller Park, a 4 spot in the top of the 8th ties this game for the Nationals. It's 7-7 right now as we move to the bottom of the 8th inning. And unfortunately, Davey, it takes the win away from Mark Rogers, who is looking for his first big league win today and pitched certainly well enough to get it.
He certainly did. 5 2/3 innings. The impressive thing, he had 1 walk. But the thing I thought he did well, he had pretty good command through his, had a good fastball, good slider, and threw a couple changeups, but he was right around the plate, threw big-time fastball, went up to like 97, 98 miles an hour a couple of times, but I thought he had great poise out there.
5 2/3 innings, 2 earned runs for Rogers, left for a standing ovation, and there he is. There's his final line. Another no decision for him in his 3rd big league start, but hope to catch up with him after the ball game. Ron Renicky as well, plus our instructional, all coming up on Brewers Live postgame. Brian?
All right, Craig, thanks. And the Brewers now all knotted at 7. Mark Rogers' win go out the door here, and the Brewers will try to recover. Bouncing ball, Maldonado. And there's the first out. That was a quick 4-run scored by the Nationals in the 8th.
It got to be very frustrating for not only Mark Rogers, but for the Brewers offense, putting up a 7 spot in a game that Gio Gonzalez is starting. A guy that gives up barely nothing, but once again, the Nationals able to put up big run totals when Gonzalez is on the mound, averaging almost 6 runs a game for him.
Nori Aoki now. Ryan Matthews pitching in his 2nd inning. Francisco Rodriguez goes a 1/3 of an inning, gives up 2 hits, 3 runs, all earned. Axford giving up 1 run on a hit in 2/3 of an inning. Aoki into right field. That ball's got some carry. Harper at the wall, and it's gone! A home run! Nori Aoki brings them to their feet as he gives the Brewers the lead in the 8th inning. It's 8-7. A flair for the dramatic. Nori Aoki goes deep. Home run number 6 of the season.
And second allowed by Matthews in this game. Gave up one to Ricky. Now Nori able to get on the board. His number 6 for the year. And the Brewers back on top.
Aoki with a couple of RBIs, had a squeeze bunt his last time up. Goes deep this time. That was a much needed moment for the Brewers. This sellout crowd was very quiet, having seen another late lead get away. Carlos Gomez with Braun on deck.
An impressive day for the Brewers offense. Really is. This is a tremendous pitching staff that these Nationals throw at you.
Putting up 8 runs on 8 hits. Gomez into deep left center. He loves it. Back is Bernardina at the wall. Goodbye! Carlos Gomez. His 9th homer. The Brewers go back to back. 9-7 Milwaukee.
Oh, he's hot, isn't he? Boy, white hot is Carlos Gomez. Wow. Oh, his second hit, second RBI.
He has found the home run stroke, Carlos Gomez. 4 home runs in his last 7 games. His second hit today, a double and a home run for Gomez. A couple of RBIs. And it's 9-7.
Easy guy to root for, Carlos Gomez, with the energy that he brings, a smile on his face every day, and good to see that he's having this kind of success.
Reason to smile.
That breaking ball by Matthews, and Gomez waits back long enough. He knew he got it. And a big fly to center.
He's the only guy I know of that actually runs faster when he knows that the ball is out. He's kind of in his home run trot, then it officially leaves the ballpark, and then he picks up speed.
He just likes to run, that's all.
Flies around those bases. Back-to-back homers in front of Ryan Braun. Still just 1 out. 9-7 Brew Crew. They've scored 2 runs in each of the last 3 innings. We watch all of these games, every inning of every game here. Yes, the Brewers are 10 games under. It's been a real struggle for them this year, but this is a team that's not playing all that poorly. As Braun bounces out. I mean, the big picture, the Brewers are swinging the bats well,
playing good defense,
playing good starting pitching. It's just been the bullpen collapse that has them in this position.
Yeah, every now and again, every offense is going to go in the tank for a little while, but Ron Remicky said it. I mean, it's not that the team's playing badly. They're not. They're playing some pretty good baseball. Just not able to finish games.
Well, they're trying to split with the first place Nationals in this series. Brewers were held to just 1 run on 6 hits yesterday. And a 6-0 win on Friday night. Nationals won the opener Thursday. Corey Hart down the left field line. That's going to get down. That'll go to the wall as Hart with extra bases. A 3-hit game for Corey Hart.
Brewers pounding out 10 base hits against Washington, and another breaking ball from Matthews. a slider that didn't do much. He's hanging a lot of pitches in this inning. And Corey Hart able to rip it down the line. They had Corey Brown swung around toward the gap, and he's able to get one down the left field line for a double.
And that'll do it. Davey Johnson will take the ball from Matthews. Brewers lead 9-7. We're in the bottom of the 8th, and a new pitcher for the Nats. We'll take a break. It was Nori Aoki who broke the tie, a 7-7 tie as Aoki goes deep to right. And back-to-back homers, Aoki and Gomez, and the Brewers lead 9-7. Miller Lite, what's on tap? The Astros are coming to town tomorrow. First of a 3-game series with Houston. Astros have currently lost 12 consecutive games. We'll have all 3 games for you on Fox Sports Wisconsin. Mark DeRosa will take over at second base, a double switch for Davey Johnson. He loves the double switch, by the way, if you haven't noticed. And Craig Stammen is the new pitcher for the Nats.
And he gets a lot of work. 55 2/3 innings. That's second most in the National League in innings out of the bullpen in the National League. And he could rack up the strikeouts as well.
Ricky Weeks with 2 outs. Corey Hart at second base. (9-7) Brewers on back-to-back homers. After a punch to the gut at the top of the 8th, with the Nationals scoring 4 runs. K-Rod gave up 3. Axford 1. Nationals tied it. Ricky Weeks hit a long home run in the 7th inning, high off the scoreboard in center field. Right about there. He's popped that scoreboard a few times.
Yeah, there's a few dents up there, courtesy of Ricky Weeks.
Credit to one of our great camera operators, Jeff. Not only got the impact of the baseball off the bat of Weeks, but got the impact of the baseball off the scoreboard. I don't know which was harder as Weeks draws the walk. So Ricky with his second walk. He's been aboard 3 times. And 2 on now for Milwaukee. And I think John Axford's going to get an at-bat here. Here's the shot. Boom. And boom. Then everything looks better next one, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well done. That can't be easy to do.
No, it's big league camera work. Good job in the tape room, too. Here's something you don't see every day. John Axford at the plate. He might as well be using a table leg.
Yeah.
There's no chance he's swinging.
I don't think so. He's only got a bat in his hand for appearances.
Speaking of big league, how about Tony Migliaccio and his crew getting the John Axford helmet?
Yeah, everybody has one.
That's awesome.
Not a mark on it.
First time it's ever been used. Strike 2. Axford.
He looks good up there.
Yeah. He was going to unleash the hounds on that one. He's got his number on the bat, on the knob. He's got his own bat, his own helmet, and he can now call it officially game used equipment. That's unfortunate. Axford takes 3 strikes and down he goes. His job is on the mound. Now has a 2-run lead. Back-to-back homers. Aoki and Carlos Gomez go deep. Last call for the Nats. We head to the ninth. Well, the Brewers giving up 4 runs in the top of the 8th inning, but Nori Aoki and Carlos Gomez with back-to-back home runs. Gomez now a career high for home runs this season. He's been on a home run binge lately. That's his 9th. This kid's been dancing away between innings, and
he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, getting a standing ovation.
Well done.
Got another Justin Bieber in the making, perhaps.
He's on the scoreboard. That's about as long as the fans been on that scoreboard in center field all year.
Yeah, fans were demanding they put him back on.
Yeah.
Nice going, kid. Take the rest of the day off. So now Axford, who gave up the lead in the 8th, trying to protect his own victory here in the 9th. Starts Ryan Zimmerman with a strike. Zimmerman, DeRosa, and Michael Morse due up. 3, 4, and 5 in the Nationals order. Strike 2. Well, maybe Axford inspired by his own at bat last inning. Hitting's hard.
Yeah, it's not as easy as it looks from a distance. From 60 feet 6 inches, it looks easy, right?
Sometimes hitters get too much credit from pitchers. That's a common phrase from pitching coaches. Don't give them so much credit. Don't get yourself behind an account. Challenge.
When you're standing up there at the plate with a bat in your hand, pitcher's mound looks right Looks like it's about you can reach out and touch it, but then if you're a pitcher on the pitcher's mound, as we do on these instructions, it looks a long ways.
Yeah.
It's all about perspective.
Now the Brewers offense deserves a star today. 9 runs on 10 hits. They have answered every time the Nationals have scored. The Brewers have had an answer today. The Nationals have scored in 4 different innings, and the Brewers have scored in each of those 4 innings in the bottom half. The 1st, the 6th, the 7th, and the 8th. 2-2 to Zimmerman. Everything's up against Ryan Zimmerman. See the Fox tracks.
Well, you don't mind the fastballs up, particularly when they're at 97. You just don't want the breaking pitches up in the strike zone. Get that big curve, the high heat at 97.
Two. Zimmerman swings and misses. The highest of them all. The 98-mile-an-hour fastball up there, and down he goes.
Yeah, about head high, and he got him. Zimmerman hasn't been chasing too many bad pitches with 2 strikes in this series, but chase that one.
1 gone. Here's DeRosa batting for the first time. Came in on the double switch last inning. It's been a good ball game today. We've seen some terrific pitching, at least the starting pitching for the Brewers, and Mark Rogers. Henderson did a nice job getting out of a jam in the 6th inning. Livan Hernandez escaped his own jam in the 7th. There's a hook in there for a strike. 1-2 on DeRosa. Big offense today by Milwaukee. Back-to-back homers in the 8th for Aoki and Gomez. Gomez with 2 hits. Corey Hart with 2 hits. Ricky Weeks homered in the 7th inning. Lucroy had 2 hits. 2-2 pitch. And a curveball missed. DeRosa able to lay off. 3-2 now. Well, you want this guy. It's a 2-run lead. Got a home run hitter coming up next. And Axford lost him.
That's what you don't want to do. The last thing you want to do is walk the tying run to home plate, and you've got a guy coming up that can certainly tie it.
Can imagine what he would be thinking now. You know, the thoughts that Axford has. So much success. He saved 49 consecutive games. Only 3 other pitchers in the history of baseball have done better than that. But 7 blown saves this year for Axford.
You just can't think about, the negative things that might pop into your mind, and you go back to where you were mentally when you were saving 49 in a row. A lot of confidence. That pitch, Michael Morse just missed.
Don't be fooled by the 7 home runs of Morse this year. He missed the first 2 months of the season. He's a power hitter. 0-2 the count. Tying run at the plate. And Morse down the right field line. That's well hit. Aoki looks up, and that ball is gone. This game is tied 9-9 as Michael Morse launches one down the right field line.
That's what happens when you walk batters. You walk the guy and bring the tying run to the plate. Those are the types of things that can happen to you. And it just has happened far too often with this Brewers bullpen lately. Fastball right down the middle. Morse very strong. He likes the ball out away from him, and he hits a line drive down the line. Question is it going to be high enough? And just able to sneak over that right field wall out there in right.
Just another devastating blow, just one after another. K-Rod and Axford. Trying to collect himself here, get to the bottom of the ninth, still tied. Curveball strike. 0-2 the count on Danny Espinosa. Morse hit 31 homers last year. That was his breakout year.
Strong young man.
Yep, that was number 8 he just hit.
Yep, taking that pitch, and Axford got in on him a little bit, but he's just so strong. He's able to fight it off and line it down the right field line. Knock it out of here.
Two and 2. Espinosa is 0 for 4. He has struck out 3 times today. Looking ahead to the Brewers' 9th inning. Cody Ransom leading off, followed by Izturis and then Maldonado. The Brewers are at the bottom of their batting order. A swing and a miss. Espinosa strikes out for the 4th time today. Out number 2. Whenever the Nationals have scored, the Brewers have responded, and they're charged with that task in the 9th.
Yeah, good curveball by John Axford down and in. Espinosa having a tough time at the plate.
Roger Bernardina, he hit a 2-run homer in the 8th inning. In the air to left. This is playable for Braun. And the side is retired, but the Nationals strike. Michael Morse with a 2-run homer off Axford. We're tied at 9. Today for the Brewers, but Milwaukee still with a fighting chance here. Michael Morse homers off John Axford to tie this game at 9, a 2-run shot. But we head to the bottom of the 9th, and the Brewers with the final at bat. Cody Ransom will lead off. Craig Stammen came in to clean up the ninth inning, or rather the eighth inning for the Nationals. And he's back out there. Well, it's going to be a final at-bat win for someone. Let's see if the Brewers offense can once again pick up the pitching staff. Nine to 9 in the ninth. Bottom of the Brewers batting order coming up as Ransom takes a ball. Got his Turris next, then Maldonado. A sellout crowd today at Miller Park. 44,000.
Yep, who thought this game was won 2 different times. 2 blown saves today for the Brewers bullpen.
Two balls and a strike on Ransom. Brewers had a 4-run lead going into the 8th inning. It was 7-3 after Ricky Weeks hit a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 7th. Nats scored 4 to tie it. Brewers took the lead with 2 in the 8th. As Ransom deep into center field. Back is Bernardina, and he's got it just shy of the wall. Got Goodwood on it, but the wrong part of the ballpark for Cody Ransom. 1 away.
Well, hit it pretty well, but unfortunately, as you mentioned, wrong part of the ballpark. Got some hit it on the sweet spot, but Stan was able to get it in on him just a little bit, got under it, and just shy of the wall.
400 feet away. Here's Cesar Turris now. And a bouncing ball to Espinoza. One shortstop to the other. 2 outs. Stammen with 2 outs. Martin Maldonado will bat. Each club with 3 home runs in this game. For the Nationals, Lombardozzi, Bernardina, and Morse. Weeks, Aoki, and Gomez for the Brew Crew. Aoki and Gomez went back-to-back last inning. Quickly 0-2 on Maldonado. Maldonado did not start this game today. Came in for Lucroy on a double switch. The 1-2 pitch. Down he goes. 1-2-3 inning. And we are headed to extras at Miller Park. All tied at 9. The Nationals coming up in the 10th. By Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Jose Veras will pitch for the Brewers as we go to the 10th. All tied at 9, and Veras next out of the bullpen. Axford goes an inning and 2/3. Rough day for John Axford and Francisco Rodriguez today.
They've been saying that a lot last few weeks. Well, Veras pitched a 3-up, 3-down 9th inning on Friday right here at Miller Park against Washington. He struck out a batter. 47th appearance for Veras, 3-3 and a 475 earned run average. He's got 45 strikeouts in 41 2/3 innings.
That kid's getting the biggest cheers of the day. So Veras ready to go here in the 10th. Frankie Rodriguez giving up 3 runs in a third of an inning. Axford 3 runs in an inning and 2/3. And each allowing home runs. Michael Morse, the home run that tied it in the Nationals' 9th. Jesus Flores leads off, the Washington catcher. He'll be followed by Corey Brown, and then back to the top of the order. That one's hit well. Deep left center field. Gomez on the run. Near the track. He's got it for the out. Covering some ground. Gomez was shaded into right center. And able to haul that one in for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, that was a near miss right there. Flores able to center on that. We can see where Gomez is, shading to the opposite field. And that's no problem for him. He's got good closing speed, does Carlos Gomez.
One gone for Corey Brown. His 3rd at bat of the day, and he has 2 hits already, a single and a double, and he scored twice. And he scored the tying run in the 8th inning on a wild pitch. That's the beauty of playing in the National League and being a bench player for a National League team. You never know when you're going to be able to contribute. You're a bench player in the American League, you may go days without seeing the field.
10 days, 2 weeks. I know that from experience.
Not the case in the NL, especially with Davey Johnson managing. He loves the double switches and involves his bench a great deal.
Yeah. Maybe Johnson only has 1 player left on his bench.
Brown in the deep right center field. Gomez runs this one down. Picking up a lot of real estate out there is Gomez. 2 outs in the inning. Two outs for Jose Veras. And how about this? Davey Johnson is going to allow Stammen to hit at the top of the batting order. So the Nationals pitcher will swing the bat here.
2 outs, nobody on. Figuring not much to really go on. As I mentioned, there's only 1 player left for Washington in that dugout, and that's the backup catcher, Sandy Leon. So not a whole lot of options for Davey Johnson.
Stammen has been a starting pitcher for the Nationals in the past, and when he was in the starting rotation, he was one of their better hitters. 2 years ago, he had 237, which is very good for a pitcher. And a career .219 hitter. Stammen has 10 career RBIs. He's never homered in the major leagues, but has over 86 plate appearances. But Davey Johnson counting on the longevity of the innings as Veras strikes him out. Well, the table is set. The pitcher strikes out. Veras a 1-2-3 inning, and the top of the order coming up for the Brewers. Here, Brewers had a 7-3 lead going into the 8th inning. The Nationals get a 2-run homer off the bat of Roger Bernardina, while Francisco Rodriguez inched him a little closer, got him within 7-5. Then a base hit by Jesus Flores. Corey Brown followed with a double. Steve Lombardozzi with an RBI ground out that brought the Nats within a run, and then the tying run scored on a wild pitch, so that 4-run lead was evaporated. But the Brewers came right back. They got back-to-back homers in the bottom of the 8th from Aoki and Gomez. Aoki number 6. Gomez a career best, his 9th. So it was 9-7. Then one swing of the bat from Michael Morse. A 2-run homer off Axford in the 9th tied it up. And that's where we are as we play in the bottom of the 10th inning. Aoki followed by Gomez and then Braun. Brewers trying to win in walk-off fashion here today. Davey Johnson using Stammen to hit last inning with 2 outs, so he can have him on the mound for this 10th inning. Trying to outlast the Brewers.
Man, this is the Brewers' 15th extra inning game this year. They're 6-8. You know, the Arizona Diamondbacks have only played 2 extra inning games. Fewest.
It's my kind of team right there.
Yeah. Astros are 0-9 in extra innings. Got some extra inning tidbits. I'm sorry.
Yeah, nice little R&D. Extra inning game in Chicago today. The Cardinals and the Cubs ended with a Anthony Rizzo walk-off homer. Little half swing. He goes. Aoki is out. Stammen picks up a strikeout.
Got a good breaking ball, does Craig Stammen, to go along with a good sinker. Got some movement on his fastball. There's a number of pitchers still available down in that Nationals bullpen. All 3 other left-handers. And then you have Drew Storen, Tyler Clippard still available down there.
Carlos Gomez. And a strike outside corner. Well placed. Gio Gonzalez started for the Nationals. He went 6 innings. Ryan Matthews an inning and 2/3. Gonzalez and Matthews giving up 4 earned runs apiece as Gomez pulls it foul. Stammen entered the game in the 8th inning. Got a strikeout. Worked a scoreless 9th inning and now has an out here in the 10th. The third Nationals pitcher. The Brewers have used 6. Gomez on the ground to short. Espinosa throws him out. 2 up, 2 down. And here comes Ryan Braun. It's been a hitless day so far for Braun. He's 0 for 4.
Well, you know what he's thinking right now, and if he's going to do it, he's probably going to have to do it to the opposite field because Stammen is probably not going to mess around inside on him. And as we know, Ryan Braun has plenty of power to the opposite field.
The National League leader in home runs. Started him with a hook and he misses. In the air to right. Harper is back in foul territory, and that one's out of play. Hits the side wall. Braun has new life.
Well, that's predicted something away from Ryan Braun. That was a fastball away. And thinking right field, that's what you like about Braun. He understands the situation, has a pretty good idea what the guy's going to try and do to him.
1-1, all tied at 9. And Braun swings, according to first base umpire Tim Welke. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Now they came in off the plate. And Ryan just couldn't hold up. Yep, he went.
Here's a 1-2. Chased and down he goes. Braun strikes out. 1-2-3 inning for Stammen. We keep on going here. We move to the 11th. Nationals coming up. Beef jerky all season long. Jack's beef jerky, feed your wild side. Well, many of the 44,000 in attendance today have hung around. Want to see this one to a conclusion. Brewers bullpen letting another one get away today. A 4-run lead going to the 8th. And took the lead again in the 9th inning, only to have that one evaporate. And now we play along here. We're in the 11th with Jose Veras out for his 2nd inning of work. Bryce Harper leads off.
And that's something we see a whole lot of out of Jose Veras, but the Brewers bullpen getting down a little bit. Manny Parr available, Cameron Lowe. Not sure if Thornburg's available down there. You can get multiple innings out of both Manny Parr and Cameron Lowe, though. Tyler Thornburg is in the bullpen.
Number 63. Two balls, no strikes on Harper. Harper is 0 for 4 today as a walk. A couple of strikeouts. Was a late scratch yesterday due to an illness. Flu-like symptoms, they called it. And there's ball 3. Three and 1. Veras, the 6th pitcher used. Mark Rogers was terrific today. 5 2/3 innings. Gave up 2 runs. He struck out 7. Was in line for his first big league win. Nationals came back to tie it in the 8th. As Harper draws the walk. So a leadoff base runner in the 11th. And we'll see if
Third baseman Ryan Zimmerman.
Veras will attack Zimmerman in the same way with high fastballs. Well, that was a pretty good pitch.
I'm not sure where that missed. I think Bryce Harper thought he was struck out. He said, "I like the big leagues. That's a strikeout in the minor leagues."
Zimmerman has a double today. He scored a run. Axford struck him out to start the 9th inning with a high fastball.
That is actually a 3-1 pitch, not a 3-2 pitch, but Bryce Harper thinking he's going to have to see another one. That pitch has plenty of the plate, and for some reason not called.
Zimmerman shoots one past Hart, a base hit. Harper on his way to 3rd. And Aoki's throw comes in, cut off. The Nationals in business in the 11th inning. 2 on to start the frame as Zimmerman with his 2nd hit of the day.
Yeah, this is the troublesome part of this order. He likes the ball out away from him. He stands off the plate. And is shooting the ball right by Corey Hart. He hit it very hard on the ground, and Nationals once again in business. 1st and 3rd, nobody out.
Mark DeRosa now, his 2nd plate appearance. He walked his last time up. That was the sequence that preceded the home run by Morse, the 2-run homer that tied it. First and 3rd, nobody out. 9-9. We're all tied up. Will bring in the Astros tomorrow. Starts a 3-game series. continuing this homestand.
Astros won today.
Finally snapped their 12-game losing streak.
Beat the Pirates.
Curveball strike. Got him. DeRosa is rung up.
And good curveball by Veras. Now you get the double play, get out of this mess. Front dooring the curveball. It was close, but Mike Estabrook liked that one. Might have been in off the plate, but he rings him up.
And it's going to be Michael Morse. Morse is the reason we're still here. He hit a 2-run homer down the right field line with 1 out in the 9th. Strike on the outside corner. Cincinnati is 3 outs away from a win. Check that. It is a final now. 7-2 final. The Reds beat the Colorado Rockies.
And the Clippers for Marty Brennaman have been plugged in.
Marty Brennaman.
Think he's going to do it?
Hall of Fame radio announcer said he'd shave his head if they won 10 in a row. Their 10th win in a row today, the Reds. To 61-40 they go. I think he will do it.
You think he's going to do it?
I would love to get video proof of that.
It'll be on somewhere.
Reds, the hottest team in baseball. One and 2 the count. Coors Field, Colorado. And the final out, securing win number 10. 7-2 the final score. Matt Latos the victory, and Marty Brennaman. This one belongs to the Reds, he says,
and my barber.
Haircut belongs to Marty Brennaman. That's great. Morse down the line, fair. That'll bring in a run. Harper scores. Zimmerman, he will try to score. The throw comes in, cut off. Throw to the plate, and in and out of the glove of Maldonado. 2 runs in on a double by Morse. And it's 11-9.
Well, same guy. This time a double. Last time a homer. And driving in 4 runs in the last 2 innings. Actually 3 innings. This time a double right down the line on the breaking ball from Jose Veras. Pretty close at home plate, but Zimmerman able to get the foot in there. Even had Maldonado held on to it, he would have been safe.
So Morse, some big at-bats here in the latter innings. 4 big RBIs down the stretch. Tying it in the 9th, giving the Nationals the lead in the 11th. I'm not sure where the Brewers turn from here. I mean, they're just going to have to start giving the ball to pitchers who haven't been in this position just to see what they can do.
It's amazing. Amazing. 1 year to the next. Yeah, Doug Melvin always says it's very tough to predict success out of relief pitchers. And who would have thought this would be going on here in Milwaukee this year?
Espinosa squirts one foul. Well, it started with Francisco Rodriguez. He gave up 3 earned runs. Axford 3 earned runs. And now Veras has given up a pair. Brewers look like they were cruising to a series split. Now they're going to have to dig out of the hole in the bottom of the 11th. That sounded like a foul ball, but maybe not.
Yeah. Laz Diaz gives a safe sign. Looked like Espinosa went. That would have been his 5th strikeout on the day.
Certainly not a foul ball, but
not a foul ball.
Did he swing?
And it's certainly a swing.
Yep.
Same thing that Ryan Braun did.
So 1-2 to Espinoza. Elsewhere in the National League, the Dodgers a 2-0 lead over the Giants. That game's in the 7th inning. Dodgers have pulled within a game of the Giants. They're tied in the win column. Giants have 2 fewer losses. That's going to be a good race in the National League West. Hanley Ramirez now playing for the Dodgers. Ramirez has been playing third base. He has a hit today.
The amazing thing is the Pirates, in my mind, Cincinnati's won 10 in a row. The Pirates only 3 back.
Yep, Pirates lost today with that Reds win. So Pittsburgh still right there. There's a shot, a base hit. This will bring in another run.
No.
No, correction. Morse will hold his ground, sensing a big inning here. Bo Porter holds him up. Good throw from Gomez.
Well, the non-call and the check swing gives Espinoza an opportunity instead of his 5th strikeout of the day. He's able to bang one back through the middle, and Michael Moore's not running all that well. Hold him up at third base.
It was Morse who was thrown out yesterday, you might remember. So my apologies for jumping the call. Now Bernardino with 1 out. Bernardino, a big part of the comeback for the Nationals. Hit a 2-run homer in the 8th inning. And went from a 7-3 game to a 7-5 game at that point. So the Cubs have beaten the Cardinals 6 times this year, 4 of them via walk-off, and they had another one today as Anthony Rizzo hit his 7th homer, a walk-off homer in the 10th. Cubs beat the Cardinals. Braves on top of the Phillies today, 6-2. Tim Hudson goes to 10-4. He beat Roy Halladay. Halladay continues to struggle. And you wonder how active the Phillies are going to be over the next 2 days. Trade deadline is Tuesday.
And we saw Halladay in Philly. He looked, everything was up in the strike zone.
Runner goes. No throw from Maldonado.
The location was off for Halladay. Cliff Lee. Brewers had both of those guys on the ropes. Should have beat both of them. They gave up 12 runs. Did Halladay and Lee against Milwaukee.
Same goes for today. Giving up 5 runs. Gio Gonzalez, one of the best pitchers in the game this year. One and 2 to Bernardino. Second and third, 1 out. 2 runs are in on 3 hits. Marlins scored in the bottom of the 10th. Another extra inning game today. 3 of them in the National League. Marlins win it 5-4 over the Padres. In the 8th inning, the Mets lead the Diamondbacks 4-1 in Arizona. Diamondbacks are back over 500. They're starting to make a push. Full count. Veras trying to retire Bernardina. Still just 1 out in the inning. And they lost him. Boy, missed badly. So the bases are loaded now.
The catcher, Jesus Flores.
Jesus Flores will hit. Zach Greinke pitching for the Angels today, matching up against Jeremy Hellickson and the Rays. That is a 2-0 Tampa lead. Greinke went 7 innings, gave up 2 earned runs, but right now is on the hook for the loss as the Rays have the lead. No offense today for the Angels.
No. That's something Greinke wasn't figuring on. The way those guys can swing the bats.
So Roenicke,
35 pitches for Jose Veras. That's a lot for him.
Make a double switch here. Nyjer Morgan coming in. Nyjer Morgan will come in, a double switch. Ryan Braun made the last out in the 10th inning. So Roenicke makes a double switch. If the Brewers are able to come back, and let's say they tie it, then Cameron Lowe can give them multiple innings here. But they're down 2, the Brewers. The Nationals scoring 2 in the 9th on a home run by Morse, and then Morse driving in a couple of runs on a double here in the 11th inning. Responsible for the last 4 runs for the Nationals as Cameron Lowe makes his 45th appearance.
Yeah, Cameron Lowe's been pretty good his last 10 appearances, given up 2 earned runs in his last 9 innings of work. That's a 2.00 earned run average, and through a scoreless 9th inning in last night's game.
Bases are loaded with Morse at third. Espinosa at second base. He had the base hit to center, then stole a base, and then Bernardino walked. Jesus Flores, 1 for 5 today. Takes a strike. Just an agonizing last few innings for the Brewers. Milwaukee did answer in the bottom of the 8th after giving up 4 at back-to-back homers. They had retaken the lead. Oh, and 2 the count on Flores.
It'd be nice to get a ground ball here. Get a double play. Just the guy to do it. The Nationals catcher.
Flores down on the count 0-2. Nationals trying to match the Reds with their 61st victory of the year. Right now the Reds with the best record in baseball. I'll ask if he went, and yes he did, says Tim Welke. Flores is out. 2 outs. There's Mike Rizzo, the general manager of the Washington Nationals. He is a very present GM. He's with them on most of their trips. And he is the man who has put the innings limit on Steven Strasburg. Said it'll be his decision and his alone. And you got to give him a lot of credit, Rock. He has put together quite a roster here this year. The acquisition of Gio Gonzalez.
Yeah.
Signing Edwin Jackson.
And you lose your closer. Storen was hurt. Then you get Tyler Clippard, who's really filled in nicely. You got a couple of guys coming back. Jason Worth coming back. Ian Desmond. Things looking pretty good in Washington.
Steven Strasburg is scheduled to start tomorrow. Actually, the Nationals have a day off tomorrow. But I think more than anything else, the Nationals have been willing to take those first picks that they've had, and they have shelled out some big dollars to sign Strasburg and Bryce Harper, paying big dividends quickly. The Nationals are off tomorrow. They're home against the Phillies on Tuesday, and Strasburg will be up as he continues to trek toward his innings limit. One and two the count on Brown.
That's a good sinking fastball from Cameron Lowe when he gets on top of it. Good downward movement on it.
In the air to left, Nyjer Morgan just into the game. Makes a catch, and the inning is over. The Nationals score twice. Lowe leaves them loaded, however. Brewers coming up. Last call. We head to the bottom of the 11th. And he pitched well enough to win today. Rogers, in his return to the big leagues, first time since 2010, been pitching very well in AAA, and he carried it over here today. Rogers went 5 2/3 innings, 6 hits, 2 runs. They were both earned. Had a walk and 7 strikeouts today at 5 2/3.
Yeah, very impressive that he was able to throw the curveball and the slider for strikes, and because of that, he was able to get his fastball by these Nationals hitter. He got up as high as 98 miles an hour. Looking very good here today.
Well, he's making a strong case to stay in the rotation. The Brewers stretch the disabled list tenure for Sean Markham to the 60-day DL prior to the game today. Rogers in the Zach Greinke spot. Greinke started today for the Angels. He's down 2-0. That game's in the 9th inning now. Tyler Clippard, the Nationals closer, is in the game, trying to save this one for Washington. Brewers are 2 down.
Yep, 19 out of 22. He picked up a save a couple of days ago. Actually, it was last night. Had a good changeup.
Corey Hart leads off and bunts it foul. Not a bad idea.
Get a base runner. Maybe somebody knock one out of here. We got nowhere to go, do we?
Yeah. It's been a while. This game pushing 4.5 hours at this point. Just a lot of excitement today. Both on the field and here in the booth.
All right.
Well, let's see if the Brewers can give him a finish. Still no answers for the late inning relief for Milwaukee.
And it's not, 1 or 2 run leads that have been a problem. It's big leads that they have not been able to hold.
Hard into center field. That is deep. Bernardina at the wall, looks up, and it's gone. Corey Hart with a home run to bring the Crew within a run.
There you go. There's one.
The 4th hit of the day for Corey Hart and his 19th home run.
A high towering drive into center field. That's the way Corey normally hits them. High and far. Fastball up out over the plate. Look how short that stroke is for Corey. And that ball just never comes down until it hits the batter's eye out there in center field. 11-10.
Well, Corey Hart is a triple away from the cycle. His 4 hits today. Second 4-hit game this year for Hart, and now Ricky Weeks has the tying run at the plate. That's why it was so imperative that Cameron Lowe get out of that mess in the 11th. Came in with the bases loaded and 1 out and kept all the runners where they were. A strikeout and a fly ball out to end it.
And Brewers have answered Nationals runs in every inning but the 9th.
Weeks has a home run today. Hit a 2-run shot in the 7th inning. That's 7 home runs in this game. The Brewers have hit 4. Weeks, Aoki, Gomez, and Hart. Swing and a miss.
That's just a nasty changeup. Got the slider, the fastball, and that changeup that he very rarely makes a mistake with. Everything down the strike zone, that off-speed pitch.
Strike called inside corner. Clippard on the changeup brings him up. And 1 away here in the 11th inning.
Fastball's at about 92 to 93. The changeup 80 to 81. And he throws strikes with it.
Nigel Morgan batting for the first time. The former National. One gone, bottom of the 11th. Brewers down a run. Cody Ransom is on deck.
Travis Ishikawa, the only Brewer that hasn't been used today on the bench.
Tyler Clippard saving games in the way of Trevor Hoffman, relying on a devastating changeup. And strike one to Morgan. Morgan hits it hard. Nice play, Espinosa to his feet. The throw in time for the out. Morse digs one out of the dirt.
And that's a nice play on both ends. Espinosa getting up quickly and making a throw over to first base, and another big target over there at first. Michael Morse able to handle the short hop. It would have been nice to get Morgan on first base. He's got great speed, but look at how quickly Espinosa gets on his feet and gets that throw off to first base. And a good pick.
Very good play by Morse. Closing the distance on that short hop. So 2 outs. Brewers down to their last out now, and Cody Ransom will bat. There's strike one. Ransom starting at third base today for Aramis Ramirez. 1 for 4. He had an infield hit and an RBI in the first inning. Walked and scored in the 6th. Brewers down a run, 11-10. Do they have a little more magic in them here today? 2 balls and a strike. Ransom has some power. He certainly has the pop to tie it. 8 home runs on the year. Hit a memorable grand slam here at Miller Park a couple of homestands ago. 3-1 the count. Cesar Izturis on deck. And if he hits, he'll represent the winning run. There's a strike.
Which is why I mentioned the name of Travis Ishikawa as we get down to the bottom part of the batting order. You get on base. You might see Ishikawa get in that bat, maybe to try and hit one out of here. And we'll see.
The last man standing. Full count. Clippard deals it, and it's ball 4. Ransom draws the walk, and there's the tying run. Cesar Izturis will hit for the Brewers.
Ron Renneke going to stay with him. Not much of a power threat, although he does have the 1 home run this year.
Davey Johnson has plowed through his roster as well. Has just 1 player available. 11-10 is Izturis representing the winning run. 2 outs, bottom of the 11th. A run is in on a Corey Hart homer. I wonder if Renneke's going to put any action on here. Clippard's a strike thrower. Ball and a strike on Izturis.
Yeah, Fastball very hittable, out over the plate at 93. Clippard had a tough time commanding that fastball. He's thrown an awful lot of changeups in this inning.
Torres pops it up. That is going to stay playable. Morse makes a catch. And the Brewers let another one get away here today. Another bullpen meltdown for Milwaukee. Took a 7-3 lead into the 8th inning. Michael Morse had a big 2-run homer to tie it. Drives in 2 runs in the top of the 11th inning to give them the lead, and the Nationals join the Reds for the best record in all of baseball as they take 3 out of 4 from the Brewers. Much more still to come. Craig Kashan standing by from Brewers Live.
Okay, Brian, thanks very much. We'll break down some more woes out of the bullpen. Unfortunately for Milwaukee, they drop another one. 11-10 the final score here from Ron Renicky. I'm sure the frustration continues to mount inside that clubhouse as well. We'll come back and start Brewers Live on Fox Sports Wisconsin.